All right, everyone, welcome. And let us start with the user interface. So we'll start from the login. So let me just go to the login screen here. And then we will be using TailwindCSS for the front end. So just head on to TailwindCSS.com. And because we'll be using TailwindCSS, it is always assumed that you have Node.js installed because we need that Node.js to use some of the commands that we want to use. So if you don't have Node.js installed, just go to nodejs.org and whichever one that says LTS, which is for long-term support, make sure you download that one and install it, and then let's get to it. So I am in the directory here. I want to create the project. So what I'll do is to right click and open in terminal. That option is for Windows people. If you're on Mac or Linux, you have to find a way of opening the terminal in that particular directory where you are. And so because we are using TailwindCSS, let's see how we can get started from their website. So here we can click on the get started, and we are installing using the CLI. So it says we should do things like this. So let me just copy this too and then paste it in this terminal. But before then, I want to open Visual Studio Code in this directory. So I'll do code dots, which is the editor of choice for this tutorial. If you don't have it too, yes, I trust, you can head on to code.visualstudio.com to download the Visual Studio Code editor. You can get that one too on this website, code.visualstudio.com. It's available for all platforms. So code dot that has opened Visual Studio Code in that particular directory. So we'll go ahead and then paste the command that I copied from the TailwindCSS website. And then I press enter, but I'll minimize this a bit so that you see what is going on also. Okay. Usually will not install like this because I'm trying to zoom in the fonts, but it should not take long. I'm sure it's doing some updates or something like that. That might be the problem, but we can see that the node models folder is created here for us. Okay, let me clear this screen because I obviously don't like how it is structured. And so after creating this, they say we should edit our tailwind.config.js file. So let's go into Visual Studio Code, and that is the file right here. And then in here, what they want us to do is that we put all the template files. So we make sure that all the template files are correctly stated here. So this configuration is for projects where you use source files, SRC files in a source folder, but our own will just be simple. We just say start.html, which means that checking the current folder, everything that has HTML extension, that means every HTML file that is our source file where we'll be writing our Tailwind classes. And so after that, we have to come here and then they say add these Tailwind layers to your main CSS file. And so we don't have a main CSS file yet. So what we will do is we will create one here. People call it input, others call it main, but let me choose main.css. And then I paste these things in here. That is all I have to do, and save it and come back to the website, and then says we should run this command at our terminal. And so we will do that one. I will not copy this. And let's come to the tailwind.config.js file. There are some configurations that I want us to make, and so that we don't come back to this place again. Inside the extend, we want to customize or extend the capabilities of Tailwind with our own custom classes just for the colors, so that the colors will be universal. So that if we change it, we want to change the colors, we change it at one place, and then that is all. So inside the extend like this, we can extend the colors. You can extend many things, but we are extending the colors today, and which is just, I have them here, so I'll copy and paste them. You can pause the video and also copy and paste them. So it's just some weird names here. P green, which maybe for personal green, I thought so. And so this color evaluates to some green color. You get to know all of them as we use them in the tutorial. So you can pause and copy and type it, or you can scroll down to the description. There will be a link to the GitHub repository. You can copy also and paste it there. Okay, so now we are done with this one also. And what we have to do also is to create our HTML file. So let's create login.html. And inside here, let's just get a boilerplate here like this. And then we can give a title like movie review. And in here, give some h1 with a hello, welcome, and let's give it a class name so that we test whether our Tailwind CSS is working. So we can say text 5XL to make it a very large text, and then we can say text, say one of our colors should be pea green. Let me just confirm, or let's just take this pea red, so that we know that those ones also compiled also. So pea red, and you can see that Tailwind is already the Tailwind CSS intelligence is already intelligently picking it out for me. This is not part of the custom the pre-made Tailwind classes, and so if this pop-up is not working for you, then it means you don't have the Tailwind CSS intelligence. So you can just type Tailwind CSS here, and the first one that comes from Tailwind Labs, I was expecting it to be the first, but this one that comes from Tailwind Labs, make sure you install that one. It will help you with a lot of times if you are doing Tailwind CSS development, or development with Tailwind CSS, so to speak. And so let me save this file now, and then inside our terminal, this command that they told us to type is here. So npx Tailwind CSS, we specify the input CSS file, which is our main CSS file that was referenced up here, and then what the output CSS file should be. And before I forget, like always, let me link our CSS file here. So we have not created it yet, but we will still call it style.css. So let's just link it here, and then let me save it. And so let me put my browser and my code editor side by side so that we see all the changes in real time without having to switch windows. Okay, I have them side by side, and so here, let me also wrap it so that it wraps over. We have to now run the Tailwind command that they said we should run. So npx, which will only be available if you have the Node.js. So Tailwind CSS, and we specify the input file by the I flag, which is our main.css file, and then the output we want it to be called style.css. I'm naming it style.css because I'm already referencing style.css in here. If you give a different name in here, make sure to put the same name here. And because we want it to be continuously watching for changes and recompiling, we'll put the watch over here also, and then we press enter. And then if I expand this, you see that a new file will be created here called style.css, created by Tailwind for us. So all the basic files are here, and if we define any other custom classes or colors too, they should also be registered here. Okay, so let us start with the development. So we have our finished products here to keep track of side by side. Let me close all of these other tabs. I don't think we need the Tailwind CSS itself again. Let me just increase the size of the browser a bit. Okay, the size of the code editor a bit. So the title is movie review. We have already done that. And so inside this body, we will give and then start this server by clicking the go live. If you don't have the go live showing, that means you don't have the live server extension. You can say search for live server also. Okay, the other one too is running, so we're starting this one on a different server, and that is okay. So you search for live server, not live server, live server. And this one, first one by Ritwick D, is the one that I am using. So you can install that one also when you have live server, server here to go live. And so we can see that it's worked because this text is red. If I change it to text, maybe blue 400, and I save it, it will reload, and then this one is working. So we know that our Tailwind CSS is also working. But for now, let's start with styling of the body. The body will have a main H screen, which means that a class name of main H screen, which means that the minimum screen height should be 100% the viewport height. If you have Tailwind CSS IntelliSense installed, when you hover over it, it will show you here. And then the next one means that the background, which is BG, should be our color, which was P gray. I think I misnamed these colors. This one should be maybe like P purple because it's not like a gray color at all. Okay, but let me just keep it like that for now. I forgot it, so just pardon me. You can rename it at your end, but I will still keep on using them. And then it should be a flex, and then we want the items to be centered. So I will keep on saving so that you know what each one is doing. So you know that item center just brought together with the flex, brought everything to the center. And I can choose to justify also center. And then I give it a padding of 5 just to give it some breathing space around everything that is in there. And so that will be it for the body. We can clear this here for now and then put in a main tag here. Inside this main tag, there will be a left side which will be for our image, and then there will be a right side which will be for the form. So let us first style the main also. For the main, we want it to take full width. So W-full. And then we also want it, when it is on MD, or when it gets to the medium breakpoint, we want the width now to be 1/2, which is just 50% of the full, of the available width that the browser or the app is occupying at that time. And then we want it on the LG breakpoint. When it hits the large screens, the width should now be 2/3, which is about 60%, 66%. When you hover over it like this, you see the values over there in real time. And then the height, we will now keep it at 80% the viewport height. We just don't want it to take the full screen. It should be in the center, the maximum. Like we just want it to take the 80% of the viewport height. You can specify this way, and Tailwind will know what you are talking about. You see that this class has already been. It knows about it already. So we give it a shadow also of MD for now. And then we want to round the corners also a bit, so rounded and SM. When we save it now, you will not really see anything because there's actually nothing inside for you to see. It's an empty one. So let's just work on the left side, and then we will work also on the right side. But for the left side, you may not really see it until we are in full screen. So let's work on the right side first, then we will add the left. So for the right side, we get a div, and then we will give it an ID of right. And for the classes also, or let's just even build a form in there before we give the classes so that everything will make sense, like you see what the Tailwind classes are doing. So we have a form in there. The action, we can leave it like this because we can even get rid of it, but we can also leave it, nothing will happen. But the class of this form will be a flex, or we will not even apply the classes now. Let me just build the form, then we apply the classes later on. For the title, we will get an H1 or a P, but for now we need to get a way to navigate to our home page from the login screen. So I'll make it an A tag. We will change it later on. The reference will be a file that does not exist yet, which is index.html. We will create that one also. And then in here we can say you are just a click away just like we see on this one. So we now have to create the username, the password, and then the login button. And so after this anchor tag, what we do is to give a div. So a div for each of the elements. That is how I did it. So I can give a new div, and then inside this div I'll create the username. So we have a label for username, and then this label will just say username. And then after the label, we create the input, the particular input. So the input, the type will be text, the name will be username, the ID will also be username. And then we will add the classes for it also. So the class, for this one, we will also come and add the class later. All we can do is straightforward. You will see that the form has started building, so I think I can start applying the classes so that you appreciate it the more. For this anchor tag, the class will be font, semi-bold, and then text XL. So the text extra large. We still didn't see anything here, but I would not like to apply the colors to each of the elements one by one, so I'll apply the color to the form so that it will be passed on from the form to all the elements also. The form also will have a flex, and then it will be flex column, and then we will give it a padding of 5 just to give all the elements some breathing space, and then a gap of 6 between each of the elements. Maybe I'll reserve the gap for now later so that you appreciate it the more. And then I'll have the text to be my custom color, which is P red. So because I said that all the color here, the text color should be P red, you see that it applies it to everything that is in the form. That is great. Okay. Now, in the right div, we can also apply some classes to make it a width of full width, sorry, and then a background of white. This one we need a background of white. We need the height to be full. That is the full of the 80% viewport width that we gave up there, and we want it to be rounded SM, and then we also want it to, on LG, when the other image side is showing, we don't want the other side to be rounded as well. So maybe I'll leave it and then I'll explain it better. But on LG, we still need it to be a flex of 1, and then because on LG there will be 2 elements, so we give each of them a flex of 1 so that it will be calculated for them automatically 50%, 50%. So like a proportion of 1:1. So they will share the screen into 2, and each of them will have a flex of 1. And on LG also we will have a padding of 5, so P5, and on the same on SM2 we have a padding of 5. So this one is it. So nice that the background is showing nicely over here. So if we try and maximize it, you see that it's still taking the full width, and that is because there's no other element to take the half of it. That is why we are seeing it so. Okay. Now that this one is here, let us now continue. You see that our label, the input is not showing, so let's give it some classes here. The text will be gray, and then let's choose gray 600, and then focus. That means if it is focused, what we want to do when it is focused, we don't want an outline, so outline none. And then the same focus, when it is focused, we want to now rather give it our own border. So on the focus, the border, and this border color will be the one of our custom colors, which is P green. And then font normal, we want the font to be normal, and then W-4. You can see that it's not really taking the full height, but we want it to take the full height, so W-4 will do that for us. And so if I save changes now, okay, focus, outline none, okay, W-4, and then we have a height of maybe 10, and then we give it a flex. I don't really think we need a flex for this one, but we can now give it some rounded, not rounded none, just a small rounded corner. That should do. Let me see here. Looks like we are not really applying a border here, and that is because we have not given it a border yet. So let's just give a border. Just type border like that, and then that should bring up a border for us. So you can see that when we focus it, like when we click on it, the caret is just at the end here, so we have to try and give it some padding. And so we can just give here a padding left, which is a PL of 3, and that should fix the issue for us. So if I click now, you see that the caret has been moved to some extent. And so, yep, that should be it for this one also. So we can type in anything here. You see that everything works perfectly. And so we can duplicate this div for the rest. But before we do that, let's give it a flex, and let's make sure that it's a flex call, and then a gap of 2 just to space things out. So you see that it just spaced things out. But I think I should give a comment here, say the username. It's useful if you want to get this code and follow up with it. So here we will duplicate this line here for also the we have another field for password, so we'll just duplicate it for the password, and here will be password, and we will change all of these to password, but this should be capitalized. Okay, and here too should be password, so that it will be hidden from as the user types, so you can see that it's automatically detected as a password field. Okay, so that is it also for this one. And then we will need a button also for the submission, so we can create another div after this password, so we can just say button. We'll give it its own div, and this one too, the width will be full, and then it will be a flex with a gap of, because inside this div we also have the link to register if you don't have an account, so a gap of 3 for now. And then we will also justify items to the center, so justify center and then items center, not start items center. Okay, and so inside this div, the first thing will be our button, and then let's give it a class name. First, the type, which should be submit, and then it will also have a class. This button will have a gradient, so let me just put the text here so that it shows here, so that we know it. We see what we are styling. So that is our button right here. And so let's give it a few class names. So it will first be a width of 3 on 5. I don't want it the full width. A padding of 2. I will still not see any changes because the background has not really changed. And so we can give it a BG of a gradient and a gradient to top right. So if you want a gradient to the top right, this is how you do it in TailwindCSS. There are lots of other ones here you can do to top button, to top left, everywhere you want to go. They have a great documentation. You can just go to their website and search for gradients, and you get everything that they have to offer with gradients. You can also create your custom class also. And so our gradient will be from orange 1, which is part of our, not orange 50, orange 1, which is part of our custom colors that we defined. It will end at orange 2. And then the text should be white so that we see it clearly. So when I save it now, you should see that this should be a problem with live server. And I think is because something is not right in our code. So I just forgot or I mistakenly deleted one of the codes. So you can see this is our button here. It doesn't really do anything. So let's just give it some rounded corners, so I can say rounded to Excel. That should give it some roundness. What is happening? Why do I keep on deleting that one? Okay. Let me refresh. Okay. Maybe I should type it somewhere here. I'll be careful not to delete stuff. Rounded Excel, and then let's increase the font. Let's make it semi-bold also, and that should do. And I prefer also to make it a block, display of block also. Okay. So that is our login button, but you can see that the next item here is our don't have an account, then register. So let's implement that one also. That will be after the button is a p tag, and that says don't have an account, and then we can put a space here. We can do by NBSP, no, rather not a dollar sign, the percentage of NBSP. That should give us a it's actually not also the percentage, is the ampersand. Yes, NBSP, and then we terminate it with this. That should give us a space to create a space, and then we can put an anchor tag here. The href will be register.html, which we have not yet created, but we will create very soon. And then the text in the anchor tag will be register. You don't have to define colors for these ones because it has already been done in with the form. So all of them being inside the form will take care of them all. And so you can see here that something is not really right. It's supposed to be in a column. So let's add to the bottom div, let's add a flex of column to that, so that you know that it stacks it beneath it. Great. So inside the register, the anchor tag, we will also give it a class just to distinguish it a bit from the other text. So that will be font bold, and then we will give it an underline also, so that it will just distinguish it here. Okay, so this design should match this, but you can all see that things are not just like the same. So let's just go up there and perform a few fixes. So there are a couple of classes that we have to throw to the parents here. The first one is the form, which should have a gap of 6. And then it looks like it has actually fixed everything. Let's just compare and see. Some minor changes I think should be due to padding, and also you are just a click away. It looks like we are not giving it the proper class size. It is a font semi-bold and text XL, so it should be the same thing like in the build, but the class, the size is not just as I anticipated it to be. Or maybe I can try. Okay, this one rather is, now I'm a bit confused. The one we are building, I think that is this one, the 501, and this is the one that we are looking to. So let's change it from semi-bold to bold. I think it will match it more. And then maybe this text will be text of maybe 2XL rather. And it just looks like that one. Okay, not exactly like that. Maybe it's the wrapping that is causing that. This is still XL. Okay. But whatever the case is just like that one. So we are good with this side. But if I maximize it, you see that it still takes the full screen. we have not really added the image side. So let's go to the left and then add the image. That one too will be a div. The ID will be left, and for the class names, we will not use an image tag. We will just use the div for the image for the background. So by default, TailwindCSS is a mobile first framework. So whatever we write now applies to the mobile screen before other breakpoints are set. So we want it to be hidden on mobile. That is why it will not be seen on the mobile screen. If I take off this class, or let me just bring it now, and then later I will take it off so that you see what I'm talking about. So first it will be hidden, but on LG we want the display to change from hidden to flex, and then we want it to be a BG cover, and we also want it to be a BG at the center. Maybe I should bring in the image before I put these classes so that you understand them better. So let me get rid of this, and then I can say in the style, I can say the style equal to background image, and then I will pass in a URL here which leads to images slash bg underscore image underscore 1.jpg. Okay, so I have some images here that I will be using, and so I'll just copy them into this place. You can use any images that you want to use. So copy folder rather. So you can use any images you want to use for the background and whatever things that will be doing. It just contains the some images that I'll be using for profile pictures and placeholders as we build also. So this is one of them that I've referenced here. So if I save this file now, if it is not hidden, you should see the image also trying to appear over there. Okay, I don't know why it is not really appearing now. Okay, so let us give the other classes, maybe the size does not just fitting, so they decided not to show. But if I ignore the hidden, I can go with the LG of flex as was there, and then I can also give it some class of BG cover, which means the background should cover, and then I can give it BG center. I can also make it height of 4, and then a flex of 1. Remember, we made the other one a flex of 1 also, so that they will try and share the screen. Okay, so now that I gave it the flex, you see that it is trying to share the screen with our form. If I take the flex away and some of these other stuff also, that gives it the height of the div, you see that it's only this one that is there. So now it has a flex of 1, so it will try to be the same size as the form. And then we can go ahead and give it a rounded SM like we give to the previous one also. So now when we save it, you see that it's also trying to appear on the mobile screen. And then because of our flex here at the top for the main div, it is trying to, for the body, sorry, it is trying to lay it out in a flex for us, or at least not stacking it upon the other. So we want it such that it will not be like this. It will rather be at the side when it is LG. So let us see how we go about doing that. To do that, we only have to add a flex to this. By default, the Tailwind flex is a flex of row. So that means that it will try and put it side by side. So by default, adding the flex will just make it a flex of row, except we explicitly specify that it should be a flex column, it will be a flex of row. So now we know that on smaller screens like this, it will not come, but when it hits the last screen, the image will show. But you can see that the white roundedness is also getting into the image itself. So we can fix that. If you don't like it, if you like it that way, you can keep it, but personally I don't. So I will try and fix that one on the form and tell it that, where is our form? It is becoming a lot now. Okay, that is on the right side rather, sorry. And I can see here that on LG, it should be rounded RSM, which means that it should be rounded at the right, not at the left. So on LG, the left roundedness should not come. It should only be that of the right side here. Okay. So that is for our login page. So let us quickly go ahead and create for the files for the home page and then the register page, because we have already referenced them in our work. So index.html, and then we also need one for not inside this file, in the roots. Yep. And then we will need one also for the register.html. Okay, so inside index.html, or let's do the register first. So I'll just get a boilerplate from this, and then we will just change this place to maybe movie review -register. Okay. And we will not forget to link our CSS file also. So link, and then we just choose CSS. By default, it will give the name of style.css, which we have used also, so we do not have a problem. For the body, it will have a class of main hScreen, just like the index or the login, just like the login, but this one to be of P gray ironically, and then it will still be flexed like we use, and then the items will be centered, and then they will also be justified to the center. Okay, and let me wrap this up. And so if I now click here to go to the register page, you see that it's just a blank screen like that, and that is all that we have done. So we need a main, and this one too will have a class of w-full, and we need on that on LG. That means the w-full is for the small screens, but on large screen it should make the width 3 out of 5, which it will compute. That should be 60% of the screen, and then let's give it a padding of 5 to give the elements some breathing space. So in here we'll have a form, and the forms method, this should be post, but we will skip that one for now because of the live server. So this is post, and then we can build the stuff inside. But before we even do that, let me give the classes, because I don't like to go and come up and down. Sometimes I may confuse you, and I don't want to do that. So the BG for this one is P light. We have a light purple color, and then the text for all the forms should be text gray 300, and then we want it to be flex. It should be a flex column. Remember, I told you that by default TailwindCSS flex is row, so you have to specify flex column if you want a flex of column. And then this one to be, you have a gap of 4 between all the elements that will be inside it, and then to have the full width of its parents, which is w-full on mobile, and then 3/5 the width on large screens. And then it will also be rounded XL, and then we will have a shadow also of XL. Okay, so now we can build the form elements. The first is a P tag that says create an account for free. Maybe we should visit this one here. So create an account for free, and then let me save this. So you see that the purple gray background is already there. And so now we are getting to the person's first name. And so like I always do, I'll give a div, and then the class will be flex call, and then this should also have a gap of 2. Inside of which I'll have a label for the first name, because that's what we are doing now. And then the thing will be first name, first. And then the actual input now will be type of text. The name will be first name, and the ID will also be first name. But we will give it a class of text white. We want the text to be white, and then we want the background of the entry to be our pea gray color. But this time around, we don't want it the pea gray in full opacity. We want it at 50%. And then we also want to get the focus outline none. So when it is focused, we don't want it to be outlined. I was expecting this to wrap over. Okay. Outline none, and then on focus 2, we will give it a border, and then we specify the focus border. So on focus again, we want to give it a border of our pea green color. Font should be normal. Font normal, that is just the font width should be normal. It shouldn't be too bold or too light, so it just should be normal. And then W-4 also. So I think we should give it some roundedness. Rounded, and then let's give it a border. It looks like we are not seeing it. And then this one, we specify the border to be border white, but we don't want white at full opacity, white at 30% opacity. So you see that it has been given here, and I think our form needs some padding. So let's give some padding here, maybe P of 5, not P45, P of 5. Okay, now we see that it's in here nicely like that. But you see that the caret is just at the end, so we don't want it that way. So padding left of 3 should fix that one for us. And then I think we can give some padding also actually to the text, because it looks like the thing is hitting it at the top there. So 2 ways you can give a padding, but I'll rather choose a height of 10. And so you see that that one also increases it like that. Okay. So if I type something in here, it's that I see it clearly like I have to. So we will duplicate this one for a number of times. We have for last name, username, email, password, and repeat password. So that'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. And so let's go ahead. Okay. And so let's change this here. This place will be last name. So I can change everything here to last. And then this one will be capitalized. This one will also be capitalized. So last name, that one too remains the same, just like that. So when we come here, we see it like that. And then the last name, is it one word? I don't think so. Last name and first name are not one word. So first name, and then here last name. Okay. The next one is username. So let me just come here. Username, and select this one. But this one should be capitalized. So that one too should be done. And when we save it, you see username over there. And then now we come to password. No, to email first. So email. And this place will be email. And this type should also be email. And okay. So in that case, it will prompt us to type in a valid email if you don't type that one in. And then this one becomes the password. The one too should be password, and this label is for password. Okay. So if we start to type, automatically it should obscure the text for us. But we have to repeat password also. So this is label for password 2. The type will only be password name password 2, maybe ID2 password 2, and that should do. And so now that's all, that one is done. We have to, okay, there's a color for the top text that is create account for free. Let's edit that one. So this p tag will have a class name of text center. And then that means the text should always be centered and a font semi-bold. We will also give it a class of text 2XL, 2 times extra large, and then text P green. Okay, so that it will look just like this one here. Okay. Now we have to add this buttons here. So there's one more field for profile picture. Let us add that one. A div of class flex, and then it should be flex column, and with a gap of 2. Okay. So we have a label for, and then we can say here that it's for profile picture, and here we say profile picture. And then after the label, we have a type of input, butterfile. And then the name of this one would be avatar, and the ID will be avatar. So if the ID is avatar, then this place should also rather be avatar. Okay. So that is all we have to do for this with a few more classes. So if I save this now, and come back to what we are building, you see that it's already here and it's formatted nicely. But let's still give it some class of text white. And then maybe BG P gray. At 50% opacity. Okay, so I can click here and choose a file if I want to. So the next one that we have to do is the submit button, which comprises the submit and then the reset buttons. So I can go submit and reset, all of them inside one div, and that div will have just a flex. It should just be a flex with a gap of 2. And inside here, I have my first button. The type is submit because that will be submitting the form. And then the text on it is actually also submit. So if we save it here, you see that it's here. Okay, it should be inside the form. Okay, so it's just here flat, so we have to do our styling. So a class of padding y of 1, so that the top will have some padding, top and bottom. And then the padding x of 6, I want the left and right to have a greater padding. That is why I'm doing so. So if I scroll down now, okay, because there's no background, you not see the effect. And so this should have also a text of white. And then bg dash gradient to right, like this one I'll choose the to bottom right, and then from orange 1 to orange 2. Yeah, let's give it some roundness also. So rounded XL2 should do. So when we save it now, you should see that this is the submit button. We need another button also for the reset. So let me just duplicate this button here. And this place should be reset. But this one will not have this gradient here. Okay, well, so you still have to give it some kind of a background. So let's just give it a background. Let's check. That should be the background of our pea green. So we can say bg of pea green. And then, yes, we have that one also, but we also see here that if the person already has an account, we tell the person to log in. So let's add that line also. And that will be after this. In a p tag, I can say already have an account. And then our percentage and BSP, that should give us some space. And then I bring an anchor tag. That leads to login.html. And here says login. But like we did for the login page, we'll give this class also so that it will just distinguish it from the whole text. So font bold, and then we also give it underline like we did there. So already have an account, then you have to log in. Great. So we are done with the register and the login pages. Let's see them on full screen. Okay, so this naturally works if I type in some stuff here and I go reset. It resets all the form for me. I think that is not what we really told you to do because of the copying and pasting that we did. But this particular button, that is reset, and the type should be reset. So I type something here, reset, and it resets the form. That was it for the register page and the login page. So up next will be the home page where we build the main, the landing page of the application. So let us go back to the login. Remember, we made this one a link, so we can click on it. Takes us to the home page, which is completely blank, and that is fine. Now our browser to the right and our editor to the left. So inside index.html, I just get a boilerplate, and in here I can say movie review movie. And let's go ahead and link our CSS file. So link CSS, and that should link it for us. So in this one, for the body, we will give it a class of bg pgray, and then we will give it a min h screen, and that will be all for the class for the body. And here you will have a header which will contain the navbar for both the mobile and for the desktop also. I was expecting this color to change. Okay, it has changed now. So here inside our header, we have the mobile navbar, and then we will have also the desktop navbar. Inside the mobile navbar, we use the semantic nav tag, and then this nav tag will have a class name, or sorry, a class of flex, and then it will be flex column because on the mobile we want it from top to bottom in that order, not from left to right. So that will be a flex column, and then we will give it a width of full height, a full width, and then our background will be, we have a light purple background, so BG light purple, and then let's give it a bit of a shadow, so shadow SM, and then we will give it a padding of 3 to give some breathing space, and then we will say that on LG this particular element is hidden. So when we save it like this, we will not see anything just apart from the thing. You can see it. It's just a light purple color that we have there. So let's fill our navbar with some stuff. We will have 2 sections of this navbar. The top side, which should contain the name of the site and then the hamburger menu to toggle it to open the nav content or to close them. So let's just give it here comment top, and then for the top we will have a div, and then this div should also have an ID of top. You will need it somewhere. And then in here we can say that there should be an anchor tag. Remember, that goes to the home page. That is, it's like the name of the site. When you click on it from anywhere in the web page, it should take you to the home page. And then this one will have a name of M review, and then let's give it some classes. So class of this one, let's make it font bold, and then it should also be text to Excel, and then let's make a white space wrap to be no wrap, so we don't want it to wrap. So now we see that the color is here, but one thing also is that let's give the whole header one class, the text inside the one color. So let's just give it a text of p-red, which is our custom color. So a text of p-red, so that all the text in here will be this red color. That is great. So now we are left with the hamburger menu at the right side, and so let's come here still at the top. After the anchor tag, we can give a comment here. So open and close mobile nav. Here we need a div, and then inside this div also we will need it, so we give it an ID of toggle dash mobile dash nav. Okay, so we use this ID to get it in JavaScript and perform some operations. And then inside here, what we want to do is to get an SVG. So you can go to heroicons.com, and then what I did here is to search for menu. So you just search for menu, and then you can pick any of them. In fact, for this hamburger, other outline or solid, it doesn't really matter. So I can hover and then copy SVG inside here, then I paste it. And so when I come back and save it, I should see my hamburger menu at the top here. Okay, so let's give it, because it should be at the right side here, not just beneath the name also. So inside that top where we have the link and then the SVG, let us give it some class of flex, and then explicitly say that flex row, even though it will be row. So now it's in a row, and we can say justify between. That will push it to the right side for us, and then you can see that horizontally they are not on the same scale, like their axes are not equal, they don't lie on the same line. So we can say items center to bring them all on one line, so we see that their axes coincide for now. And yeah, basically that should be all. We don't even need to do anything. And then this cursor, this one too, when you put the cursor on it, you should show that it's a clickable item. So inside that div that has the SVG, let's just give it a cursor pointer, and then let's give it some padding of say 2 for some breathing space. So and now when I hover over it, is that it shows that it's clickable, even though when we click it doesn't do anything for now. So after that, we have our mobile nav. What we have to do still inside the nav, but outside this div, is that we create what will be our links now. So be sure you are still inside the nav, but outside the div. This div is for the top, so we are done with the top. I can collapse it here, and then now we have our links. For the links, we will have the link, we will have our search form there, and then we will also have the link to also log out all the latest movies. So if we look at the finished version, you see that we have built this top side. So this is the bottom part that we have to build. We have a form here for the search, and also the latest movies, add movie, and the logout functionality also here. So let's keep this one opened, and then let's be referencing it as we go. For the links, we also need a div, and for now, let us give it a margin top of 5. Okay, and then we should actually make it hidden at first, but we'll not do that for now, so that we can see it as we build. But when we are done, we will come and make it hidden. This one will also have an ID of links, and then inside there we will put the other stuff. So here we will have our search form, and then inside the search form also is actually a form, and then we can ignore the action, or you can leave it there like that. The method for this one is get, and we'll give it some class names very soon, but let us just put in our input, which is a type of text. The placeholder will be, the name is also, let's give it Q, because that's what we'll be using to search for when we are building a backend. The ID, you can leave it empty. You can also put search here. We will not actually use the ID, so you can leave it that way. But we want to give a placeholder also, which is search movies. And so when we save it, we should see something like this pop up here for us. And so we need, you see that this one has the search box, and then also it has a search icon here like that, so we can implement something like that also. So after the input, we put a button. The button whose type is submit, and then inside this button we get an SVG and put it inside there. So we can come here and search for search, and then it gives us this magnifying glass. You can choose any of them that you want, but I'll still go with this one, no problem. And so when I paste this inside my button here and I hit S, Control S or Command S, I should see that one to also pop up. But you can see that it is not just like this one, so let's apply some styling to make it nice. So for the actual form, we will give it a class of W-full, so that the width will be full width. Maybe we can bring it back so that as we do it, we see. So W-full, and then we can also give it a class of flex, and then justify between to push things at the far end. So you see that the search icon is at the far right, and the input is also at this side. That is great. And then we can give it a background of P gray, but this time around at 40% of the opacity. And then we can also add some py padding y of 2, so that will give some padding in the y. You can see the background came, but because we didn't add the padding x, is that it touches the left and right side, so we can give a padding x here of 4. That should also push it inward for us a bit. And then we give a rounded of LG, and then we can give it a gap of 2. Will that really be necessary? Okay, it will be when we give but we can take it off for now. But when we give a full width to our input, that should change some things a bit. So class of w-full, and now you see that it's occupying the rest, but it's almost hitting this icon. So that is why I wanted to give the gap at first. So a gap of 2 or 3, whichever one you think is best, just to push it a little bit away from the search icon. And then here after w-full, we also want to give it a bg of p gray, our p gray color, and then we want to make it rounded. We will pick the MD for this one, and then we give it a padding of 2. And then when it is focused, like I clicked on it, so focus, we want to give it an outline of none. And then that should be it. That should be it. So now you see that it resembles the finished one. So that is it here. So just like that. Okay. But for this one, let's give it a text of the LG. Okay. Okay. I think the build was text LG also. Looks like there's a bit of a difference between the anchor tag on our finished one and then the one we are building. Maybe we should give it a class of it's font bold also. Okay, but it's all good. So it's just the same as that one, so we are good to go. And so the rest we are left to build is the latest movies, the most popular, and these ones also. So now that I know this search form is complete, I can collapse it so that things will not just get so messy here. And then under the form, I'll have the actual links. So I'll put links here. And then in an unordered list, I'll put them in there. So, and inside they have an anchor tag that says, let's point it to the home page for now, and it will say latest movies. Okay, so it automatically picks the color red that we give to all items in this particular navbar. So here, let's go ahead and style these ones. Okay, let me just duplicate it for the oh no, they will be the same. So let's just give the styling, then I'll not do the duplicating. So in this one, I'll have a class of margin top of 3 for now. So that's to push it a bit away from the top. And then inside this li, there will be no class, but inside the anchor tag, there will be a class of, let me give it a hover class of bg p gray. Yes, so when it is hover, the background should change. So hover bg of p gray. So let's see it. Oh, it should be 1. So now when I hover over it, you see that the background is p gray like this, and that is great. So you see that when I hover over it now, it looks like the full width of the item is just around the bounding box. So we don't want it that way. What we can do is that we say that the display should be block, and in that case, it should fill the whole available width that it has, so that when the user clicks anywhere on this whole length, it will still have the same effect on the element. So after being blocked, we can see that the text also should be centered. You see that it's at the left side. We don't want it that way. So text is centered nicely. And then text XL, so an extra large text. And we can also give it some rounded. You know that there's a background, so we can round the backgrounds when we hover over it. It will not show until it is hovered. So when I apply rounded MD and I hover, now you see that there's some roundness there applied also. We can give a padding of 2 just to give some breathing space, and then because there's a hover, we can give a duration of say 500 seconds. 500 milliseconds. Let's hover over it and see. So it's 500 milliseconds. That means the transition from the background color to nothing and then nothing to the background color should be 500 milliseconds. You see that now it's smoother. And then we can specify the animation type, which is ease in, out. I usually use that one. Okay, so now you see that it gives this smooth transition for me. And so I can copy this LI and then paste it down here and change this one to, you have latest movies and then most popular. Okay, let us inspect. So we are very close to that. Now let's make the add movie button. So I can collapse this one too safely, and then we will go ahead with the button also. Add movie button. And then for this one also, we will put it inside the div as always. And then this div will have a class of flex, and then it will also have a width of 4/5, and then that is 80%. And when it reaches the SM breakpoint, we want the width to be 2/5. Width of 2/5, like this. And then you can save it now. Okay, nothing shows here now, and we can put an anchor tag in there. It says, let's see how it looks like here. There's a plus before the add movie comes, so that means that inside this anchor tag we will need an SVG of say add. So we can pick this one here. Copy the SVG, paste it inside here. So you see the plus here. And then after this, we can now add our text which says add movie. Okay, so you can see that we have to give some classes to bring everything up, but I don't like the way they are all at the left side here like this. So inside this class we can add MX Auto to try and push it to the center. That did not really fix it also, but let's go ahead and then we will get it in the center like that. So for this anchor tag, we will also give it a class of BG of P green. Okay, and then you know that we can give it a class of flex and then justify center. We can also let's see whether that will. Okay, so the class of flex automatically brings everything on a row, but this one we don't want to pass in the color from the parent, so we give it a text of white so that we can see it on the green color. Okay, that is great. We can also give it font medium, and then let's give it a gap of 3 so that we space things out a bit. And then we can have a padding also of 2. We can also have rounded MD. And let's see what we are having so far. So this is it, our button. And then we can also give it a w-4. And so you see that that spans it out. Is that what we have here? Okay, that is what we have here. So w-4, that will make it 4 width like this for us. It looks like it's so close to our links over there, so we can add a margin top here. So maybe a margin top of 2 should do, just so that it brings it down a bit. Yeah, there's a bit of a space between them. And so let's check. Okay, that was actually not considered in the initial build. And so what we have now also next is our, before the profile, there's a line that divides these links from the profile. So let's implement that line. We can close this add movie for now because we are done. And then here we can have an HR. And this HR, if we save it, okay, we see it as a white line over there. So let's give it a class. It will have a class of border 1, not border 100, border 1. And then we will specify the border color. So border of white, it should be white, but we want just a 10% white like that. So you see that it faces down, but there's still some tight space. There's actually no space between them, so we can give a margin Y of 4 to this. That should have been inside, so margin Y of 4. And that should push it down a bit for us. So now we are left to build the profile part here. We have this to the left, and then the logout button to the right. So let us work on that one also. So here we get the profile, and so it will be a div as always. This one will have a class of flex. Or let's put the element in there so that when we apply the classes, you know exactly what the classes are doing. We will have an anchor tag. Inside the anchor tag, it will take us to profile.html. We'll create that file very soon. And so in here, we will have the image, the source of which is images. And then I'll have this user in here that I want to use for the profile picture. And then we give an alt of profile picture. For the class name, we will set it very soon. We can get rid of this one. We don't need it. So when we save it, you see that everything comes in here. So large like that, but we'll fix it very, very soon. Don't worry about that. So inside the anchor tag where we will normally put the text, we will have a div. And then inside that div, rather, we'll put the text. So there are two things. That's why we want to space them out. So a p tag of, then we put here code base, which is the username. And then we can put here another p tag, which is the email, so which is codebase@mail.com. Obviously not a true email address. And so that is it. The other one is not really coming. Okay. But let's just start applying the styling and then everything will come clearly. So this is the mother div for the profile. It has a width of full width. And then we will also make it flex. We will justify center. And then we will make it items center. Still, it will not take effect because this picture is just too large and it will not make it work like that for us. So let's first come and then give a class to the picture to bring it down. So we will, for this image, we will say that the width is 12, not 192.12, and then height also of 12, and then we will say rounded 4 to make it a round. So you see that now it's here like this, but we don't want it as a flex column. So for the anchor tag itself, we also have to give some class to it, and say here is flex, and then flex row, you force it to a flex row, and then when we save it, you see that it goes into a flex row. We can choose item center just to bring everything to the same as this, and then give it, you see that it's just so close to each other, so we can give it a gap of say 5 just to separate it a bit. So we now have this one in here, and then inside this div class, the one that has the 2, for this one we can give it a class of font bold for the username, and then for the email we can give it a class of opacity 70, so that it will not really be that visible. So something like this is what I intend to achieve. So let's check. Yes, it's very close to that. And then what we need now here is our logout button. So let us quickly implement that one also. It is still inside this div, profile div here, just after the anchor tag that has the username and the image. You just implement the logout here. And so this place, it will also be an anchor tag that will lead us to login.html, because that is where it should take us. And this one too, we go and get an SVG of the logout and bring it here. Let's search for exit. Okay. I do have it here, so I don't remember whether I took it from hero icons or not, but I do have it here, so I'll copy it and paste it. You can pause and copy, which is not recommended, but you can search for any icon provider, like iron icons, boss icons, that you can copy the SVG and paste over here. I don't think I got that one from hero icons, or I got it and I've forgotten the actual name that I used. Let me see. I tried exit, it doesn't work. I tried log out, tried sign out. Okay, so please just get an SVG that is used for that resembles this logout, and then we should be good to go. So here we have it, and then you see that everything is together here. So what we can do in that particular profile div is to try and then separate them. Ideally this should have worked, because we are saying, oh, it's not supposed to be justify center, it's to be justified between. That will push them to the nether sides. Okay, so that is it also for our mobile nav like this. And you remember I told you that by default these ones from the search form up to this point should be hidden, and then it is when we click on this, or we that it toggles the showing of it. Let's see. Okay, it looks like our links here have some hover effects that we didn't implement. Let's see, let's implement that one. So this hover effect here, so where are the links? Over here, you can say hover, and then font, semi-bold, and then we can give a duration of 500 milliseconds. And let's see. Okay, that works like we expected it to. And so now, okay, it is already there, so it works like we expected it to. So now let's implement the JavaScript path that will hide this and show it. And so when we come up to our mobile nav at the top here and locate the links, that is where we have to do the hiding. So here we can just say hidden, because it should be hidden when the site first loads like this. Okay, so let us quickly create a JavaScript file. So scripts.js, and then inside scripts.js we have to get those elements by ID. Remember, we give them ID, so const, and we'll call this mobile nav links, and we set that to be document dot get element by ID, and then the ID of this one we called it links. Remember, it is in here. Where is it? Links. We are getting this links, the one that is hidden by default. And then we also need to get the toggle mobile menu, the hamburger that we are using to toggle it, which is inside top here, this ID here. We also have to get it because we'll use that one to show and hide this one. So we can also get toggle mobile nav, and then that one to be get element by ID, and I can paste in this ID here. Okay, so it is quite easy. We have to say is that the toggle mobile nav that we have, we can add an event listener to it. So add event listener. This event listener is the click event listener, and then when it is clicked, we want to want this anonymous function or this arrow function. And then inside this function, we can see that now get the mobile nav links that we now have the class as hidden. And then for that particular ID or that element, the class list, we want you to toggle, which means that if it's already in the, take it off. If it's not in the, add it. So we want to toggle the class called hidden. Remember, if we take the hidden off, then it will show. If we add it, then it will vanish. So we still don't have it here because we have not linked our JS. That's why when I'm clicking on it, it doesn't work. So down before the closing body tag, we can just say script, and then here src to be script.js. Okay, so now when we click it, it shows, we click it, it goes again just like that, and that is so nice. But see that the transition is just so sharp, so let's come up a bit where we are opening and closing, and then try and give it some smooth transition. So that will be inside where the links is. You can say is, in, out, and then we can give a duration. This one I'll give a duration of 1 second. So I click it, it comes, and then it goes just like that. Okay. Great. So now we can, when we maximize it on the desktop, you see that mobile nav is hidden, and that is because it should be hidden. And so what we will do now is we will build the mobile navigation or mobile nav bar. This one, I think it's up to the MD. So it's at this point that it vanishes. And so what you are left now to build is the desktop navbar. Let's come here and collapse everything that says mobile nav, and then go under the desktop nav. A lot of things will be the same, but we'll still build it from scratch so that we appreciate it. And so I just hope that you see, I just wanted to bring the text down small. And so in here, we will also have the semantic nav tag. And then we will have the title, the site title. We will also have the search form, then the add movie button. Then we will have the user avatar showing that when we click on it, you see that from the finished version. We have this here. When we click on this one, then this pop-up comes, and then we have these ones also in here. So this is something that we have this text, the search form, the button, and then this profile pop-up here. Okay, so this one should not be here. So I'll decrease the size, bring it very, very down so that at least it will be like it's on the desktop, but it's not actually on the desktop. Okay, this is okay, so that we can still see and appreciate what we are doing. Inside that semantic nav tag, we will have a div, and then inside that div, we will have an anchor tag that leads to the home screen or the home page, and then the class name for this one, or the name itself, should be review, like we have it in the mobile also. And for this one too, the class should be font bold. We also want to make the text 2XL, and then we also want to give white space, no wrap, to this one also. So when we save it, you see that you will see it very, very small. Forgive me for that. I just don't want to be switching screens like that. So I'll bring it up to 100% once we are done with the build. Okay, so white space, no wrap, like this. And then the div that has the nav bar itself, those elements itself, let's give it also a class of flex. We will also give it a flex of row. You remember this one, it's not the mobile nav, so the flex should be row. We will justify between, and then we will keep items at the center with a gap of 5 between the elements. Now there's only one, so you not really appreciate that, but after the anchor, the site title is when we get the search form. This search form will be just like the mobile, so let's just copy it and paste it in here. Okay, but we didn't give class names to our desktop nav. So on LG is flex. Remember, this is hidden by default. Like the reason why it is hidden is because TailwindCSS is mobile first. So whatever classes we write here will apply first to mobile, unless, and then we will use the breakpoints to specify the behavior on other screen sizes. So the reason why I'm putting hidden here is that it will take it as a mobile first class, and then it will try and show it even on the mobile if this one is not here. So I have to put this one here and say that it is only on LG that I want it to display flex. Okay. And then it is a flex row, and then we can give it a width of 4, BG of P light purple, and then a shadow of SM. We can also give it a PY of 3, and then we can give a PX of 10, and then that is a padding X of 10, and then that should do it. So when we save it now, you see it here like that. If I maximize it and bring it up to 100%, you should see that now we have the this one, and then the search, which appears to be very, very small. Bring it down again, and then I think we will have to make some modifications in the search form that we pasted in the mobile nav. For the width is 4, and then when it's on LG, which is currently the case, the width should be 45% of the screen, so 45%. And then after the search form, we will have the add movie button, which is also like the same as this one here. So we can safely copy this one and then come in here and paste it. So add movie button, let's save that one too, and that one too shows up here for us. Okay, and then after that we have the you have this pop-up here, so the user's avatar. So this add movie. Okay, and then here we will have open and close profile pop-up. It will be a div. The class will be we'll give it a relative now because we will have a pop-up coming up from it. So this one should be relative, so that one will be absolute. And then inside here we have our image, the source of which should be images and slash is still our user, and the class also should be w-12h-12 and then rounded full. For the alt, let's give it profile picture, and let's see. Okay, we have this one too here like that, and it looks like our arrangement is a bit off, so let's fix that one. That should all come from the desktop nav. So this nav is flex on LG, and then so we can try and give it some justify between. Okay, that did not work. Okay, it looks like this navbar has this div inside, and so let's change this to a flex column and see, and that did work. It did work, but there's only one element in there. Okay, so that was the fix. This one should be flex column also. So now we see that things are spaced out nicely for us like that. And so for this image also, we were supposed to give it a class. Where is it? And pointer, cursor pointer will do, so that it will show that it's a clickable item. Okay, so what we have to do is that when we click it, now we want the pop-up to show. So let us create the pop-up, and then we will add the hidden and show functionality like we did for the navbar. So that will be a div. Remember, it's supposed to be absolute because it is really absolute to the parent, which is a relative. And then we can give a z index because we want it to show up. You can give anything. I will choose 50 for here. And then the width should be 72. That is not 72 pixels. If you hover over it, you see that is actually 288 pixels. And then the BG of P light purple, and then we can also give it a shadow. Let's give a shadow of 2XL. We want it to be a big shadow, and then it will have an outline. So let's save it and see. Nothing. You see that something small is popping up over there, and that is what we are building. But it looks like it's so much to the right. It's not really showing. So let's give a right of 1, and let's see. See that pushes it to the left side for us. So it has a border from the right side. I think this is just 4 pixels. Okay. So because it is empty, we don't really see what is inside. So we will try and then put some stuff in there. But once we have outline here, let's give the outline a color of white. But we don't want all the white. We want white at 20% opacity. The whole thing should have a pattern of 3 and rounded LG like that. Okay, margin top of 2, So I pushes it down the image a bit. And for this one, can actually bring it to full and put the Visual Studio Code at the side here like that. Okay, so that we see what we are building. So that is what we are building, the pop-up as it's showing over there. And so inside it, let's put some stuff here. First is the profile, then second is the logout. So an anchor tag that should leave to profile.html, and then here we can, it's just like we did for the mobile nav. So where is that one? That should be this P classes. So let me just copy this and then here and paste it. Okay, so we have it like this, and what we can do here is to, these classes will change, font bold, and this is a text P green, and then text LG. And then for this one, to the opacity will actually go away. It will also be text P green, but at a 60% opacity. Like that. Okay, so we have that one here. We'll be referencing the finished build. So you see that we have something like that. We have to apply this hover effect and the line and then the logout also. So for the hover effect, we add it to the anchor tag here, which will have a class of flex, and then it's be a flex column because the line will come and the other things will follow also. We will also make it a padding of 2 for some breathing space, and then we will give it a rounded LG, and then when we hover over it, we want it to have a background of P gray, and then this is at 50% opacity. So when I hover over it now, you see that it has that background there for us. Okay. So after this P tags, then we have our HR. It looks like it's a bit so close to that. So let's come to the parent div. Here, and then add some space Y of, let's say 4. That should space out the element inside there. Why didn't it space it out? Okay, it didn't, because this HR is not supposed to be in the anchor tag, is outside of it. Yeah, so now we see the spacing, so it's outside of the anchor tag. Sorry about that. And then we have another anchor tag, the last one for the logout. So this will take us to login.html, and then here we can say logout. Okay, but it will not just be like this. We would have to give some few class names. In fact, there's even an icon, so we will have to copy that one too and paste it. And that was the logout button that I did not find on Hero Icon, so I suggested that you get your own from the internet, from any icon provider, and then you have a logout button like this. You can also choose to download one and then link to it like an image. That one to work like that. Or you can look at the source code in the description, get the source code, and then copy this ones there and paste it also. That one too will work. Okay. So now this anchor tag or the logout should have a class of flex. And you know that will bring it to a row for us, and then we justify between. That should push it to the separate them at both ends for us. So a font bold, and then we want a text red 400. This one is coming from TailwindCSS, not us. We give it a padding of 2 for some breathing space, and then we can give it a rounded of LG. That will be for the hover. So when we hover over it now, we want to give it a background of P gray. So this one too, like that, and then this side is done. So what we have to do is that we have to make it so that when we click on this, we toggle the state of this particular pop-up here. So we have to give an ID to the parent div over here, this one. So it will have an ID of profile pop-up, like this. And then we come into our script.js file. And here we will use a function to achieve that. And so we can say const toggle profile pop up. And then we can in here get the particular profile pop-up. Did we even give it an ID here? Okay, we just give the ID. So we will get this particular element and then we will toggle it. No, we are at script.js. So const profile pop up equal to get element by ID, and then that should be document dot get element by ID, and then in here we can paste this ID here like this. And then so once we have this ID, what we can do is target the class list and toggle the heading out of it. So that'll be profile pop-up like this dot class list dot toggle. What do we want to toggle? We want to toggle the hidden class, but we didn't actually add the hidden class, and so that will, but it will still work. If I click it, it should move away, and that did not work, and I know why. We have declared this function. We didn't add an event listener, so we have to call this function inside our index.html. where the image is, which is this place. So we can pass on click here, and then the on click we just say toggle. What was the name of the function? Let me just copy that and then paste it in here. So like this will also work. So let's just try it out. You see that it is working, but if I reload this page, it should be showing, and that is not how it's supposed to be like. So initially it should be hidden, and then when we click on this one, it shows up here. So where is that? That is this absolute class, but initially it should be hidden like this. And so it is only when we click that it toggles up and down. So that is it. We have our mobile and desktop navs complete. And so we can see on mobile, this one works. This is iPhone 12 Pro mobile. And then when we close mobile view, that one too works. So we can actually check it in responsive mode like this. This is still. So when I come to last screen like this, you see that it shows up here. So it's completely responsive for all screens. So that is what we intend to do. So we come back to this place, and then what we are left with is this sidebar and this image cards over here. So let's build the two, starting with probably the sidebar. Then we continue with the image, the movie cards. So now I'll also collapse the mobile nav. In fact, let's just collapse everything in the header itself. We don't need it. And then here we will put our main tag. I am making the browser window small and stacking it on this so that when we build the sidebar, we will see it here without switching windows. And so inside our main like this, we will have the left side, which is the sidebar. So left side or the sidebar, and then we will have the right side, which is the movie side. So the movie card side. So that one to be right side. For our main, we will give it a text of P orange. Text of P orange. And then we will also make it flex. It should be flex row because two things will be displayed side by side. The sidebar to the left and the movie cards to the right. So they will have their own container that will keep them at the right. So that to the left, that to from left to right, that is a flex row. So flex row, let's state it explicitly. And then we'll give it a gap of 2 between the two items, the left sidebar and then the movie cards container. And then BG light, BG P light purple, this one. And then shadow of MD, we will also give it okay, I think we are giving more classes students than necessary. It's just an oversight, so I'll take this one off. It will be P orange, it will be flex, it will be flex row. And then we want to justify between like this, and then we want to give a gap of 6 and then a padding of 5 for some breathing space. And now for the left side, the sidebar, we will also put it inside the div like this, and then starting with the P tag that says sort by. So let's see that one. So that one is in. And remember, we give a default class for all of them, the color. So for this one, we want it to be text white. So that should be white for us. And then we don't want it completely white, so maybe put 80% on it. Okay, that is great. And then after this, we will have a div. This is the latest and the most popular. Okay, so that is what this div will contain. So it's just 2 anchor tags. So the first one here, going to nothing. I think they should have some icons here. So the latest has a clock icon. So let's see. I think I did a solid for this one. So let me copy that one. And then let's create a span and then paste it in. And then inside the same span, put our latest movies. Okay, like this. And so what we will do is that for the main class like this, we will give it a flex, and then we'll give it a flex column, and then we will also give it a gap of 3 like that. And then we also have to give the background for the left side, the ID. So the class should be on mobile or medium screens, it should be hidden, so that one should come. But on LG, we want it to display flex. And then it should be a flex column and gap of 2 between the items. There should be BGP light purple, and then we can give a shadow of MD. We can also, this one will not work until I put this here. Okay, so you can see that the background is coming up, and so you can see obviously that I need some breathing space, so a padding of 5 will do, and then we can perform a rounded LG. So that it gives it that round shape that we want. And then we want to give it a maximum width. So the maximum width or max WSX, and then we also want to give it a maximum height. So max h of not 0 but of 350 pixels, like that. So it will not grow beyond that. When you put your cursor on this, it should tell you that is 320 pixels for that. So after that, inside that href, that one we give also a class. This one will be flex, and then we will justify center. We will also put the items at the center. So when we save it, okay, nothing appears to happen. Okay, after setting the maximum width, let's make sure that it is full width also. Okay, so now it has occupied the full width. And so we can come in here, and then for the span, we give it a class of flex, so that to be flex through we want the, and then the gap of 3. Our page is still loading, yes, so that the clock icon and the latest movies will be side by side like this, not one on top and one at the bottom. So in here, I want to give a background of pea green, but not a full pea green, at 90% too. And then the text, should be white, so text white. And then you can see that it needs some breathing space, so we can give it a padding of say 2, and then look at rounding the corners maybe by MD. Okay, that looks great to me. And then we can say font medium, and then text center, just to bring the text to the center also. That looks great to me, but we also have to give it a hover effect. So let's say transition all, so that the transition property will apply to the text, the color, the size, everything that is in there. And then give it a duration of say 300, and then ease in out. And then when we hover over it, this is what we want to do. When we hover over it, the BG of pea green, this time around it should be full. And when we hover also, we want to scale it down. It will not be 0 like this. We want to bring it to 98% of the current size. So when I hover over it now, you see that it scales down a bit, and the color moves from the lighter green to the deep green, like that. And so we need to do something similar for our other button. So I think it will be safe to copy and then paste it again. Let's see. And then we have to change some things here. So this first should be most popular, and then the background, everything green should be pea red now. Okay, and then the icon too should change. Let's look at the final build. It was a star also, so let's come here. And then this one will do. So that should be this place. Delete it, paste this one there. And then this button is also done. Okay. So what we have to do is to give these categories also at this side here. So let's get to that one. So after this div, here we can put categories. And the categories itself also, so we can put a p tag here. that says categories, but this has a class of underline like that, and then the text should be white like that, not entirely white but 80%, and then let's give it a margin top of say 7 just to push it down from the two buttons here like this. And then after this we will now have our div with a class of flex, and then we give it a, for now let's make it a class of flex. And then in here we have anchor tags that shows the category. So this one like this should be, or we leave it like that for now, and then we just say here action. So when we save it, you see action over there. So we now give a class to this and then copy it for the rest also. So this will have a class of, I have some specific background colors that I will use for those colors, but for now, for demonstration, let me just make it BG white. And then we can see that it needs some breathing space, so we give a padding Y of 2, and then we give a padding X of 4. Okay, we will give rounded 4, and then we will also make this one, the text, to be P gray. And then I can say transition all, and then duration, say 300. And then we can say easing. This one is just easing because we are about to apply a hover. When we hover over it, we want to scale it down to 95% of the original size, like that. So when I go hover over it, it's like it scales down to 95% of the original size. But as I said, I have specific colors that I will use for each of these. So for this particular one, the BG is this color. For the action, that is the BG for this color. If you see the final build, you see that is the background color. So I'll have all of them there. So what I'll do is I'll copy and paste it, and then you find a link to the code in the description. You can use these same colors, or you can use your own colors as you deem fit. So here I've pasted all the actions, all the categories. So I have for the action, you see that this is all the classes that we applied. Just these custom colors are the ones I am talking about for each of them. So if I save now, yes, this is easily fixable. When we come up there to the container that contains all of our categories, after the flex, you can see flex wrap, so that it wraps it. When it overflows, it wraps it, like it will not try to put all of them on one row. And then here, because it's like they are tight, so tight together, so we can give a gap of 2 to separate them, and then we are good to go. So that is it. Our sidebar here is complete. What we are left to build is the side here that has the movies, the movie cards also. So let's get into that one. So for that one, I'll keep the browser and the editor side by side. You remember that we said that on the sidebar should only be visible on large screens. That is why it is not visible when we put side aside. Okay, so we can focus on the part that is the right side. So I can collapse the left and then come down to this right side, which should also have a div with a class of rounded. This one wants rounded SM, and we want W-4. We want okay, let's give it a background of red to see, or background of BG red, like this. not red 50, maybe red 500. Okay, I don't think that will show. Let's intentionally make the main H screen and see. Okay, so now you see that that show. If we are on a large screen like this, you see that this is the sidebar to the left, and this is the part that will contain the images like that. Okay, so because we already applied the effects, the classes at those sides is already showing it for us, and so we don't have anything to worry about now. So what we have to do is to put the cards inside this red space one after the other. So that is what we are about to do. This was just for the demo. We don't need it. We don't even need to make it a main H of screen. That was also to prove a point. And so but we know that the container is there, and that is the part that is great. So this container will contain multiple cards of movies. And so we will build a single movie card, and then we will spread it throughout the parent div using grid. So for the single movie card, that one should be, each of them should be a div, and then it should be a class of flex, and then let's make it flex column because it should be flex column from top to bottom. Each of them have a gap of 2 between the elements, and then let's make it rounded MD, and then let's give it a background of P light purple. We also can make it a W-4 so that it takes the full width of whatever space is given to it. Padding of 2 for some breathing space for the children, and then we'll be applying some transition, but let's give it that. Let's leave that one for now. We'll come back to that later. So inside this movie card, you see that it's trying to show a movie card here because of the padding, but let's do the actual thing here. Inside it, there will be the part for the rating, and for that one, I'll give this class relative, because this movie, the rating will be absolute to its parents. So that one will be a div, and then it should be absolute. Or maybe I should leave this the rating for now, so that we focus on other parts, and then you understand how that rating comes in and makes it nice. So let me pause on that one for now. I'll come to that one later. The next one is a div for the image. So I will say here image. And then I will say it's a div, and then I'll go ahead and say that the style for this div, we pass in the background image. This one in a URL of images should be images slash, let's use the BG image 1. So when I save this one now, it should come, or because there is no height to the div, I think so. So let me give a height. Let's give a height of 3 on 5 and see. Okay, and a width also of 4. Our image is still not showing. Style background images of URL. Let's add a few classes, and then if it still doesn't come, we will know how to debug it. So BG cover, we want the background to cover, and then we want a background to the center, BG center also. Okay. Oh, it's not actually referencing. Is it referencing this image properly? I don't think so. Let me put it in quotes and see. It is still not showing. URL of /images/bg image 1. The editor recognizes it, but it's still not showing. It has a height, it has full width, it has background center. Okay, or BG no repeat, and let's see, it is still not showing. Let's bring it to full screen and see. It is still not showing. What is the problem here? Okay, let me go ahead with the rest of the things and I'll fix this one soon. So we have a P, which is now the title. So I'll choose a movie, any movie. So I think it's Dead Reckoning, if I got the name right. And part 1. Let me see. This one did come. Why is the image then not showing? Okay, where is the movie card? The movie card doesn't have a height, and I think that should be why our image is not showing. So let's give the movie card itself a height. So let's give it an age of 260 pixels. Okay, so that was why our image was not showing. So if I take this image properties off and then I save it again, so that with that full. But if I say PG center, it should center the image still, but it's still so wide because it's a high resolution image. But if I say BG no repeat, it will fill the content without repeating. But I'll also have to, if I wanted to cover the parent div where it is, I'll have to say BG cover, and so that now it covers the parent like that. And so I can go ahead and add rounded LG, so that I have some roundness there. Great. And that will be it for now. And yes, remember in the demo, when you hover over it, then it will change to grayscale, but that was on the LG. So let's implement that here. On LG, I want the image to be grayscale, but on group hover, we can look at the whole card as a group. And so we can see that when the whole group is hovered on, this particular group element or group member, which is the image, should have a particular class, and we can say grayscale of 0. And so what that means is that the parent div, which is the movie card, no, I am applying this thing at the wrong place. This one should be on the image and not the parent div. Sorry about that. And so the parent div, now we should just say group here. That means that this whole card, the movie card, is a group. And then when we hover over the movie card, this group member here, we can give it a particular behavior based on the group that it is in. So let me just go on LG. You see that now this is a grayscale image, but when I hover, I'm not on the image. As soon as I touch the card, so that it changes from grayscale to colored. And so that is what I was talking about with the group hover and that. Okay, so you can see that the transition was that so sharp. So I can say transition all into transition everything, and then that will be ease in, and then duration, let's make this one 500. Yeah, that should do. So for the actual movie card also, if we hover over it, we want to give it some properties. So let's transition all. This one will be ease in, out, and then it will have a duration of 500 also. But on hover, we want to make it scale it up rather, so scale of 102%, so 102%. But we should wrap this in square brackets like this, and we need only one hyphen here. And then after scaling it to 102%, we also want to give it some shadow when we hover over it. So shadow, and let's make it empty. Okay, so that Does it only, okay, so now you see that it grows a bit, and that is the hover effect I was talking about. Okay, so let us continue building the image card. So now that this is even here, we can work on the rating so that you see how it appears on the image over here. So the class is absolute, and then the background is pea green. We can give it a z of 10, the z index of 10, and then you can say top 3, that is 3 from the top. And from the left also, let's make it 3. So we want it to start at the top left, 3, 3 each inside like that. We will still not see it because there's no content for now. So let's give it a padding of 1. That will help us see it. I think it should be very tiny over there. Yeah, so you can see a small box here, 3 from the right, and 3 from the left, and 3 from the top over here. That is what we are building. And so we can say the text for this one should be XS. It should be small, extra small. And then font semi-bold. We can also give it a text of white because it's on green. We want to see it well. Text of white. Okay, and then we can also round it full. Why is my IntelliSense not popping up again? So rounded dash full, and then we will apply some hover effects on it also. So we can now give it a transition, or this one to be ease in out, and then duration 500, and then when the group has been hovered, you remember it's also part of the group. So group hover, we want to make the opacity 100. And the reason why we are doing that is that on LG, we want the opacity not to be 0, but we want opacity 50 on LG. And then W dash fit, so we should fit the content in there. You may still not see it because it still has no element in there. So let's just put in some elements. So for the first P tag, let's put in a rating of, let's say, 5.9. And then we see that 5.9 is showing there nicely for us like that. And we need the star from this one to add to it. So let's just, after the P div, or actually inside of it, after the number, we put the SVG also there like that. Okay, so we have our rating here like that. We will modify this SVG a bit. The width should be 4 here. This one to 4, so that it will be smaller. Okay, now it's smaller. And then for the P tag too, let's give it a class of flex so that it will arrange it in a row for us. So flex here. And then the whole thing is in a row. But let's give it a gap of 1 to give it some space. And then items center, you can see that they are not really centered like that. Okay, so now everything is working as we wanted it to. So that is it. But if we come to the large screen, you see that initially the rating is also dimmed out a bit. But when we hover, because it's part of the group and we set a group hover style on it, it also becomes very visible. So that was the group hover that we set for that one also. So that will be all for the rating also. So let's go and continue with our title. This title should have a class of font medium. This IntelliSense sometimes doesn't work. Font medium, and then text SM. We can also give it a this one will not translate it, so we will not try perform any transition on it, so text of white should do. Okay, and that looks good to me. And so let's come in here, and then the next thing we have to add is the year. If we look at any of them, we add this and then the year and then this review button here. The year is also a p tag, and then we can put in any year here. I think this movie came in 2023, so class of text XX, and then we can have font bold. We can also give it a text of p green, and then that one is also there nicely like that. The next item is the button for the review. So that is an anchor tag, and this one will go to review.html, which we have not created. We'll create very soon. And then in here we just say review, but we will have to style it and make it nice. So this one will have a class name of gradient, so bg-gradient, and this gradient we want it to the bottom right like that. And so we have to specify the from color, which is from did we say it's orange 1? From orange 1 like that. Yeah, that is the color. I don't know why sometimes the IntelliSense doesn't work. To orange 2. Okay, so when we save it, you see that that is it. And so okay, it's even blocked by default, and that is great. Other than that, we'd have added the block here like that to make it block. Remember when we were doing for the links, and so this one is blocked by default, and that is great. And so after orange 2, we also want to give it a text center, and then text should be white. We also want the width to be full, and then padding 1 for some breathing space. The font should be medium also, and then rounded 4 like that, and that should looks like something. Okay, text white like this. Our okay is supposed to be BG gradient. Okay, so that is it for the movie card. Also, so what we have to do is to see now on LG is taking the full weight like this, and that is not what we want it to do. So we will specify here, come to where the movie card is. We can collapse it because we are done with it. And for the right side, we can say that this is a grid. On, I think I should maximize this thing for what I'm about to do so that you understand it best. And let me go to the inspect. Now choose iPhone 12. It doesn't look so bad here. It doesn't look so bad here. And so if we say grade column 1, that means that when it is on small screens, apply the grade column of 1. So it is just like this. This grade is has 1 column. If we say initially it is with grade column of 2, you will see that it's trying to take half of the width. It is thinking that there's another card that is coming to us, that is coming to fill the other side, but that's not what we want. We want a grade column of 1, and then when it hits the MD breakpoint, we can now give it a grade column of say 3. So let's see how that one too will be. So now it's SM. I think this is a tablet, should be MD. And so now this is a grade column of 3. We have to duplicate this movie card at least for maybe 10 times or so. So I've duplicated this for about 10 times. And so you see that on MD, the grid columns are 3. But on SM here, it is 1. Maybe I should make this thing smaller. And then find a way to make this one bigger. Okay. Like this. I'll bring everything back to the full height very soon. I just want you to understand how I'm using the grid here. So that should be way up. Yes, right side. So on LG, let's make it a grid call of say 4 and see how the sizes will turn out to be. So I can simply maximize this and then close out of this. And then it looks okay for me. It looks very okay, just that they are all clustered together, so we can give some gap between them. So here I can say a gap of say, maybe let's try 5 and see. And then it tries to give a gap of 5, and I don't like how they are looking. So a gap of 2. And still, I don't really think the LG should be 4 columns, maybe 3. Yeah, 3 looks very, very good to me. 3 looks very, very nice to me. And so maybe on the MD, I can also leave it at 3. Let me see. Because on the MD, there is no sidebar. Let me take the tablet. This also looks good to me. In fact, it's not so small. So we will leave it also like this. So that means that actually we can get rid of this LG grid cost of 3 because that will be catered for. It is still after the MD breakpoint. So anything after the MD breakpoint, whether LG or extra large, it should be able to cater for it. So that is it. If you hover over each of them, it does work. Just that when we click on this, to not take us to the page does not actually exist. So we will build that one. But that is it also for our home page. And this nice design is done. The next one is probably to try and build the add movies page. And then we go on to or the review page, any of them. So let's just get into VS Code and see which one we are building first. So let us proceed with the add movie.html page. So from the home, you can just click on add movie and it will take you here. But this is the finished build. And so for our own, when we click on it, it should, okay, we didn't really attach a thing to it. So that is something we should fix. That should be in our header. Mobile nav. So we are looking for the add movie button, which is here. The href should be add movie.html. It doesn't exist, but it's fine. We are about to build it soon. And let's check for the desktop now if we did the same thing, right? I think we just copied it. Okay, this one has it. So let's come here and then create our file. And then add in the boilerplate. So here will be add movie. We can say movie review and then -add movie like this. Okay. And so this one should not throw. Let's refresh. Okay. Now it's okay. So this one will be quite similar. You can see that it also has the nav bar like this. So we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We can just go and copy the nav bar and come and paste it in there. But before then, let's link the CSS file. And then inside our body, we will give it a class of bg of pgray as always. And then main age screen. Okay, so we will now go to our index and scroll up here and copy the whole header like this, come to add movie. Inside the body, we paste it. But we don't need everything that comes, okay, because we have not linked the JavaScript file here. It doesn't work. So script, and then we can say the source is scripts.js. Okay, so now it should work. So we don't need the search here. It's only on the home page that we do need it. So let's scroll up, and then even the add movie should not be there because that's the same page we are on. So let's just scroll up here. The search form should be gone. And then this links and the add movie button itself also should be gone. So now when we save, we come back, we see something like this. I think that is what is in the build. Yes, the finished build, and yes, that is what we want to achieve. So let's go ahead and for the desktop also do the same. We don't need the other ones over there. So the search form and add movie button, they also should go for the desktop, and we should be good to go. Yep. And so that is it for the header. We are done, and we will come to the main. Inside this main, we will have an h1 that says add a movie, and then a class of padding 2, and so you can see the add a movie is here. So let's give it some styling for it to be more visible. So class, we give it a text of p green, and then in here we can make it a bit larger, so text XL. We also want to make it bold, so font bold, and then maybe margin bottom of 4, and then text itself should be centered also. Okay, so that is, it looks great to me. And then the next thing on the line is a form. So after the H1, we have a form. The action we can ignore for now. But give it a class of flex, and then flex call because we want it from top to bottom. MX auto, so that it auto gives some space at the left and right side, some auto margins. And then W-full, we want it to take the full width, and then the BG of P light purple, and we want to make the text of this whole form white, and then we want to give some breathing space to a pattern of 5, rounded LG, and then it gives a shadow SM, and then on LG, we don't want it to take the full width. We want it to be a width of 1/2, like that. So that is it that came here. We don't have anything inside, that is why. So let's put in some elements. So we first start with the title. The title of the movie, that should if you remember from the previous forms, we create a div and add a label and an input. So this will be the same here. And so I need a div, a label. This label will be for title. And then I can say here title. And then we can say input. This input will be of type text. And then we can give it some class, which is text gray 200, and then text SM. We also want to make it bold, so font bold, and then leading tight. We also want to set the tracking to normal, like that. So we have title here, sorry. Okay, I apologize for that. This styling should rather be for the label. So let's put it here. and see. Okay, and then for the input, we also have to give it a placeholder here, and the placeholder will be title. Before we give the class, okay, so for the input, the class should be margin bottom of 5, and then we also want to give it so that it spaces from the ones that will follow it, and then margin top of 2. We also want to give it a BG of P gray, but at 50%, like this. And then we want to give it a focus. When it is focused, we don't want any outline, so outline none. And then when it is focused, we rather want to give it a border. So focus, and that should be border. And we have to now specify the focus border color. So focus, then border, and P green. Font is of normal width, and then the width is full. So to automatically push the title up, and then the input will come below it. And then let's give it a height of 10. You see that the caret is just at the left, at the edge, and we don't want it that way. So what we can do is to give a padding left of 3, and then we can say that the text size, so text SM, and then for the border, we can take a gray of 300, that should do. And then we can give it rounded, just to round it a bit. And then you see that the border is still not showing because we have not called the border on it. So you just have to call border, and this thing shows here nicely. So that is it for the input, and we also need for our image. So there will be image for the movie when it is uploaded, so that one too should have its own div, and inside that div there is a label for image, and then here we can say image, of course, and this one is also an input, but the type will be file because it will be selecting a file. You can name the name, make it image, and then ID also image. It is necessary that we give a name and an ID here. So name should be title, and then ID should also be title. Okay, that is great. So that is our image that has shown up over there. So for this one, we can just leave the input and then style the label here. So class of it's just like the first one. So let me just copy this and then paste it in here. Okay. But for the image inputs here, let's give it a class of P3 so that we get some padding. Let's check if we are on track. Okay, we are. And so we can now do it for, we are done with the image. So the next one is the producer. And so that one will just be like the title. So I can copy the title. And then after the image, I come here and paste it. And this will be producer. And then change everything here from title to producer. Okay. but this one should be capitalized. And yes, that is also capitalized, and that should also give us this one that we are looking for. And then the next one is year, which we can also do by duplicating this and then changing everything here to year. And so this one should be capitalized, even though it will not be in the HTML, but I like to do my things that way. And then year, and this place to year. And then the next one is our category. So that one too, we can basically copy and paste it, but let's paste it, then edit it. So that will be category, because that's the drop down. At this input side, let's change this to, let's make this capital, uppercase, and then this input, let's change it to select. Okay, and for that one, we will have to close it. So I will have to close it here like this. And so that should change it to a select like this for us, but it's currently empty. So let us fill it up. So for this select, we will inside there have an option, and then the value. This one will not, the first one will not have a value, so let's delete that one. It should be disabled, and it should be selected also. So you can put here select or select category like that, and it should be the one that is selected by default, but that cannot be a value to be submitted to a backend. It's just to tell the user to select a category. And so the next option is actually a selectable one. So the value will be action, and then the name itself also to be action. So when we add it like that, is that now we can select action for this one. So we can duplicate this line for all of our categories. So I have for comedy, I have for science fiction, I have for adventure, and then I have for drama. So let me just fix them in here like this, and so our category is also complete. Okay, so the next one is we build our description text box also. And so after the div here, we can go and say description. That is a text area. Text area. The name should be description. The ID also can be description. And then the number of rows and column, let's just get rid of those ones. We will style it with TailwindCSS. But we can give a placeholder of your description. Okay, so let's get back to our build, and then you see that it is here now. So let's give it a class, and it will be the class for the other ones that we have done. So the same margin bottom and the borders that we have over there. So you can just go here and copy, and then we will paste it in here. Okay, but for this one, we may have to specify some width and height for it. That's the only thing that we have to add. So it's w-4. Instead of 10, let's make it 20. and then you see that it's in here. But I think the padding also, we can fix that one too. Let's give a general padding of 2 and see, because it looks like our text is hitting the top. And I think we are good to go. Let's see the final build. Yes, the same size. So we are good to go. What we are left with is 2 buttons, reset and then save. Okay. So let's, after the text area here, we can say buttons. And then we have a div for the 2 of them, the class of flex, and then item center. We can give it justify start and then W-4. Okay, so we have our first button, the type of which is submit. And then in here, we can say save. So let's come back to our build to see it. So it's down here, save. And then we can give it some classes. So for this button, the focus, when it is focused, we want the outline to be none. And then when it is focused to, we want to give it a ring. So focus and ring 2. And not that, focus ring. Okay, this hyphen should be here, focus ring -2. And then we want to give it a ring offset also when it is focused. So focus ring offset, that one to 2. And then where you have to now specify the focus ring, so focus, and then we can say ring of P green. Okay, and then we will have a transition, just transition, and then we have a duration of say 150, like that. And then it should be ease in, out, hover. When we hover over it, we want the background, to be P green, but ideally regularly the background should be P green again, but we can give it an opacity of like 80 for now. So when we save it, okay, you see the I think let's make it the hover rather, let's make it 90 and see. Okay, and then let's hover. Okay, it looks good to me. Then rounded, and then the text should be white. It's already white, but let's just put it there, text white, and then padding X of 8. You can see that it's really touching the edges, so padding X of 8. Okay, didn't pick that one. Okay, padding X of 8, and then padding Y of 2, and then text SM. Okay, so we have our beautiful button here like this. Okay, and then we need another one for the reset, so we can just copy this one here and then change this into reset. And then whatever is green here, we can go ahead and make it red. But this one, okay, you can keep it like that, and then this one will be reset. In the initial build, I think the hover is white, but okay, I think we should make it gray and the color red when it is hovered. So when it is hovered, BG gray -200, and let's see. Okay, so that on the same hover also we can make the text P red also. Okay, You can choose any colors that you want. You can choose any colors. These buttons, they are close together. We can give a gap somewhere, but for now, let me just give a margin left of say 3. And that should push the resets to some place for me. So that is it. Our add movie session page is also complete. So that's the ring that I was talking about. So when you click on it, it gives it that ring. Do we even need a ring in? Okay. So we can come back to the home page now, and then this page is also complete. So we can focus on building the review page. It does not exist, but it's okay. So let us create the review.html. Okay. And then in here, give it a boilerplate. So we can give it any name, maybe the movie review again. That's it. And you can see from this one that the navbar is the same this place also. So we can just copy the navbar from any of them, maybe index, and then come and paste it here. So the whole header from index, come into review, inside the body and paste it. But don't forget to link your CSS file also. So there'll be link, and we are looking for the CSS, and that should do it. So when we refresh it now, I think I have to save it again. Okay, I have to refresh before it came, but basically that's that. So let us go ahead and give the class to the body also. As always, the background will be p gray like we have been doing, and then this one to be min h screen. So we want it to the minimum height to be the 100% the viewport height. Okay, so that is it with our navbar. You can see that for the toggle to work, we have to add our script. So script also, and then the source will be script.js. Okay, now when we save it, our navbar should work as expected. Great. And so let's focus on the other parts. But before we move on, I forgot at the beginning, but I am using Poppins in the final build. You can see here that the font is slightly different. So you can come to fonts.google.com, and then here we can search for Poppins. You can search for any font that you like. This is the one that popped up. So I can click on it, and then here I go to get fonts. So that will give me all the fonts. Say that it has selected all the font family, the one font family. So all the fonts inside Poppins, the various weights have all been selected. I can get the embed code from here, and then I can choose to go to the at import. I want it this way, so I can copy what they are giving me here without a style, and then come into the main.css file here. And before the at Tailwind base, I paste that one here. And so when I come back, let me do a hard refresh and see. Okay, it seems not to work, but maybe I can now give a star selector here and say that font family here is Poppins. I think I got the name right. Let me see. Okay, it has picked this. So you see that the font family here is Poppins, and that is good. So it's good to add a fallback font. So let's add a fallback of sans serif. But I think this Poppins should also be in quotes like this. So you can see that it looks closely to the font styles are now matching. So forgive me for bringing it up now. It escaped. Okay, so Let me close out of this one, come into review, and now we can head into our main component. But this main component will have two sides, the top and then the bottom. So if you look at the finished one, if I come out of the mobile view, you see that there's the top, which contains the image at the left and the details at the right. And there's the bottom part that contains these three components or parts. So the review form, the reviews, and the similar movies. So let's start from the top here like this. So I can give a comment here, maybe top or something like that, just to make things clearer here, because it's a lot of things going on. And then inside there, we can have a div. And then inside this div, we have our image. But as we have been doing it, the image will actually be a div. And then this div will have a style of background image. And we'll set that one to a URL and then pick images / I think I'll go for the BG image one as always. And so when I save it, I would not see anything because these ones have no height. So none of the parents have height. So let me come to the top here and give some classes of flex, and then I want it to be flex column. And then on LG, you know, I told you that TailwindCSS is a mobile first framework. So the flex column will apply to the mobile, but we can specify that on the LG, that is the last screen, when it hits the last screen, we want it to be a flex of row with a gap of 5 between the elements in there. So there shouldn't be space here. So what I'm saying here is that on this one is a representation of a smaller screen. Also on a smaller screen, it will be flex column, because whichever class that we specify first applies to the mobile screen, the small screen. And then when it hits an LG breakpoint, which I can achieve by just zooming out like this. So in this case, it has achieved LG. And even though the width is not LG, but because I've scaled it down, it assumes that screen size. And then when it is on LG, you see that now the image is at the left and the details are the right, instead of top to bottom as is on the mobile screen. So that is the effect we are trying to achieve there. And so here inside the image itself, we want to make it full width. But after the SM breakpoint, so after the small screen breakpoint, we want the image width to be 4/5, which is 80%. And then on large screen, we want the image's width to be 2/5. So we want to change the image, the width based on the particular screen size that we currently have. And then if we save it, we still not see our image because it doesn't have a height. Let's give it a height of, this one I'll choose 40%, the viewport height, so 40 VH. And let's see. Okay, now you see that our image is in because the parents, they now have height. Its parents has height. But this height also represent the small screen. So let me give a height on LG, which I want that to be on LG. I want the height to be auto. That means it will be auto calculated. And then you see our image is not really giving us the appearance that we want. So let's say that the background should cover. So BG cover. That means that it should try and fix the whole screen in the whole image in the available space. And then we don't want to repeat, so we can say BG no repeat. That means also that it should not repeat itself in case it doesn't fill the in case sometimes the image tries to, especially when you want to set a background image for a whole page, sometimes the image repeats itself, so we don't want it to repeat if that is the case. And then we can say BG center to bring the image to the center of its parent. That one moved it a bit, you could see it over there. And we want it to be rounded, LG, just some roundness there. And then that is it. Okay. But it looks like our thing is touching the end so much, so we can come to the edges so much, so we can come to our main here and give it some padding of 5 for some breathing space. And then let's make the whole text in the main white. Okay, that looks great to me, just like it is here. So let us continue. Now that the image is done, we have to come to the details. So that one too, let's give some comment here, details. And then that one too will be in its own div here. The first p tag will be for the title, so I think it's dead reckoning. Okay, part 1. Let's save that, and that one pops up over there. And the second p tag is for the producer, so let's just come here, p tag, but this one will have a span inside, so the producer's name will go in there, so code base, and then this one, the text producer, will come here like this. Okay, and it will remain like that for the rest also, so I can just copy this line, and then we have to paste it for the year, paste it for the category, and also for the rating. Okay, so this one is the year, so we can say 2023, and then this is the category. We can give this one a category of action, and this is the rating, so that one too, we can give it 9.1 for now. And then the last one that we have is the description, which will also be a p tag, but that one we can put in maybe lorem 30, just to get some dummy text to fill it in. So that is it. All we have to do now is to style these our details. Okay, so we wanted to take the 4 with the W-4, and then it should be flex also. Remember that it's in a column, so it should be flex column, and then we have to give it a gap of say 3, just to space out the elements a bit. You can see the space scheme, and then when it is on after the SM breakpoint, that means after it. Imagine the SM breakpoint is maybe 400. I'm just saying the figure here. That means at 401, the width here should be 4 on 5. And then on LG, that one too, we want our width to be 2 on 5. Okay, not so much has happened here. In fact, if we try and zoom out to make this thing, to assume a last screen, you see that it automatically goes to a flex rule because we told it to do that at the top in one of the classes there. So that is great. It's already responsive now. That is how easy it is to do responsive design with TailwindCSS. It is just so easy. And so for this first p tag, it will have a class of text of p-red, and then we will make it font bold also, and then let's make the text 2XL also. Okay, so we see that one comes in there nicely, just like it's in the final build. And then let's get it for the producer. I think for the producer and then for the year category rating, they are the same styling. So we will style them together. Permit me to reduce the size a bit, and what I'll do is I'll hold alternative here and then make sure that I'm giving the class for all of them here. So for the one that is the left side, that is the, let's say, the item or the key, in this case the producer year category rating, this will be the classes. It will be font semi-bold, and then the text will also be pea green. We will also make the text base, that is the size also. It is the first time we are using the text base here. So that is it for the left side, but because we have not applied color to the span inside, it also assumes the styling of its parent. So if you hover over text base, you see that it's just a font size of 16 pixels and a line height of 24 pixels. So let us click inside the span also and give classes to the values in there. So can give it a class. This one will be text white and then font medium. Okay, so that brings it out for us just like it is in the final build. Great. And then for the description, does it really have a style? I think so. So let's come to this one, also give it a class of text base, and then we can say text justify. Now you see that is the ending doesn't really look nice, so we can give it a class of text justify so that it justifies the text nicely for us. You see that one is nicely justified over there. So what we will call the top part is complete. We can dissolve this div for now, and then we come to now what you call the button, or you can give it any better name. And so that part, let's take a look at the final build here. It has 3 parts: the form, the reviews, and then the similar movies. On mobile, they are all like one column, but on large screens, on medium, actually, there are 2, and then on large screens, there are 3 also. So that is what we have to do. 1 column on mobile screens or small screens, 2 columns on medium screens, and then 3 columns on large screens. Okay, so let us define the class. Come back to our build here. So usually it will be a div, and this one, let's make it w-4, but after the SM breakpoint, we want it to be a width of 2 on 5, and then we can give it a width. When it is LG2, we want a width of let's make it 25%. Okay, nothing will show here for now because there's nothing in the div, and that makes sense. So the first thing is our form. We can leave the action as it is, and then inside that form we have an input for the username, this rating slider, and then the text area for the comment, and then the submit button. So first is the we have to give a class for the some text there, which is say add a review, and then after that one we come to the username, and here we, as we always do, we give a div for this one, and inside that div we have a label. The label will be for username, and then inside here we say username, and we can give the input for the username also text, and then the name will be username. The ID also will be username, even though I don't think we will use the ID anywhere. And so here we can also give some class. Let's start styling it, or let me save it first, and then we start styling it so that we see. Okay, so here will be for our form, it will have a class name of padding of 5, just for some breathing space, and then let's give it a background so that we see all that we are doing. So BG of P light purple, and then we can give a shadow of MD, and then rounded 2XL. Let's save it now to see the progress. Okay, so rounded 2XL. Okay, and then we can also make it flex, and you have guessed right, it should be flex column because it goes top to down, and then a gap of 3 for all the elements that are inside this one. Okay, but you can see that our form is so close to the details. So first, make sure you have selected this div. Let's create another div actually, so which will have a class of flex, and then let's give this one also flex column, and a gap of 3 actually. Let's add also a margin top of 10 to push it down a bit, and then on after the SM we want it to be a flex of row. Okay, and then we can safely collapse this div here, cut everything and paste it inside this div rather. So when we save it, you see that it pushes it down a bit for us, and so we can continue building our form. Okay, I can bring it to the bigger size so that you see it clearly. And so after, let's start add the review also. That one too will have a class of text of p green, and then we can make text center to bring it to the center. We can make it a semi-bold, the font weight, and then the text should be extra large. Okay, so that is it over there, add a review. And then let's style for the div that has the labels, I think we should also give it a flex and then flex column. Okay, and this one for the label here, it has a class of font dash medium. We want a medium weight font, and then we can also make it text white. I know we have already given text white to this the parent, but this one will be text white at 80% opacity. And then when we come to the input also, that one to have a class of background of p gray, and then we can also give it a padding of 2 on all sides. Let's also give it rounded XL, so we can be saving and so that we see what we are doing. So you can see it here like this, and then after the rounded XL, let's make the text to extra large, and then a border of 2 like this. Let's click okay. Where did we just go to? Okay, so that is it. And then after the okay, I think something is wrong here. Okay, a border of 2, and then the border is full white. We don't want it that way, so let's make it border white, and then slash maybe just 10 opacity, and see that one brings it down a whole lot for us. So when it is focused, we don't want any outline, so outline none, but we can give it an outline also of outline of p green like this, but that's 30%. This outline doesn't really have effect. I don't think so. So we can get rid of this outline. We don't actually need it. It doesn't have any effect. Yep. So that is it for our input, and then the next one is our slider for the rate. So let us come. This is for the input. So here we can have our rating. So that one to be in its own div, which will have a class of flex, a gap of 4, and then it should be flex column also. Gap dash 4 like that. Okay. And so inside here we will put a label, and the label will be for rating. That will be the name of that, and then we can put here rating. But let's give it a class even before we go down so that we don't end up scrolling up and down just to give classes. And then this class will be font medium, and then text of white but at 80%. I think I should bring the text up a bit. Sorry, I kept it low for a long time. And so this is our rating here. And then after this label here, we can now give the actual input, but this input, but the type will be range. That is how we build a slider. So when I save it now, you see that it brings out a range slider by default, but it's not like the final build, so we will have to customize it so that it looks nicer, just like this one. Okay. So we have to add a couple of things to this range. We can add a minimum, we set it to 1, and then the maximum, we will set it to 10 here because our rating will end at 10 for the maximum. The current value that it should start from is 5. We can keep it so, and that means when the page reloads, what should be the initial value, and then we can give it a step of 0.1. That means that if you move it, it goes 0.1. So if you are to use the arrow keys, the right arrow key or the left arrow key to move it, when you click once, it should be 0.1 step. And then we also have to give it an ID of rating. We need that one. The name also should be rating. That is also useful when we are connecting a backend. And then this is it for that. And so we can now go ahead and style this one custom. Okay, so let's give it some class here. So let's give it h1. So height of 1, and then the BG of P green, but at 40%, and then we can go ahead and say W-full. It should be full also, and then rounded LG, and then appearance none. We can also see that the cursor should be pointer. Okay, but none of it actually brought the style we are looking for. It's close to that actually. Since we added this thing here that we set the height to 1, if you take that one off and run it, you see that the height has actually increased. So when we restrict it to 1, it kind of looks close to the one in our final build, but that is far different from what we are seeing here. And so we will write a custom class here and attach it. TailwindCSS allows you to write custom classes. So we go to our main.css, that is where all the magic is happening. And then we write our custom class here. For the class, we will call it slider. And then you see that it's actually even making some suggestions for me. So I'll pick this one. Okay, but it should be slider.slider. That's how we define classes in CSS. So the slider, and then what do I want here? So I want the WebKit appearance. Okay, sometimes I try to use shortcuts in there, but appearance, that should be none. And then maybe we can apply the class so that even as we save it, you see what you are talking about. So this custom class here, when it rebuilds our CSS, it will copy it into the style.css for us. TailwindCSS will do that. So in here, we can add our custom class to here. We call it slider. Okay, so now you see that because we said that the appearance is none, everything is gone from there. And then the actual appearance too, once we set it to none, I think we did that in the Tailwind, didn't we? Yes, we did it. So it is redundant. We can take this one off. And then we want to now specify our own width, none. And then we want to specify our own width, which will be 25 pixels. And then our height also of 25 pixels. Let's save it now and see. Still no changes, so let's move ahead. And then make the background this color, which is 4CA F50. That is our green color, our pea green color. And then is now you see that it is coming in. So this is the slider. We are accessing the thumb. The thumb is the round, this thing that you mostly take and drag along. That is the thumb. So when we set it to none, that means we didn't want it to show. Now we are giving our custom ones for it to show. So you have guessed right. It is so the edges, it looks like a square. So we have to add a border radius. So a border radius of this shortcut to are not working again. So border radius, not border radius of 50%. So it's just like rounded or full in Tailwind CSS. So now you see that it's just like what we have here in our custom in our final build. So that is how you can customize the slider in CSS also. But we have to add some other stuff also. We have to just still pick this same slider class, and then we have to take the MOZ zit range farm. Okay, some of these classes you have to put them there. They are necessary depending on the browser that the person is using. So it's just like the things that is here. Not all the stylings are supported in all browsers, so you have to make sure that you write classes that will cover for all of them. These are nothing changed. That is because nothing should change. Yep, that is all. So now our slider is also complete. What is left next is okay, in the final build, I think there's a number there that shows us the value. So we have to implement that one also. Let's come to review, and I think that should be after. So here, let's give a span of, we know it is starting at 5.0 when the site loads, so we can put 5.0 here. And then this span will have an ID of rate. Okay, so how do we get it to change when this one moves? This one, we will build a script tag here. We will not add it to the main script.js. We will just add it to the HTML. It's just a simple script. So we put a script tag here, and inside here we can say var slider. That should be equal to document dot get element by ID. Remember, we gave it an ID of slider. Okay, and then after we get this one, did we give it an ID of slider? No, it's actually an ID of rating rather. Okay, and then after that we also have to get this span element. So we can say that one is we can call it slider, maybe value, and set that one to be equal to document dot get element by ID, and that one too we said it should be rate. Okay. So what we have to do is say slider dot on input. That is how we get to know that it has been moved or not. So when it is moved, what we want to do, this is slider dot on input. We have to set it equal to the function rather. So what function to be triggered when this one is moved, and then we can say that this anonymous function here, some kind of anonymous function, and say that slider value, that value there, this rate here, because this ID refers to this one here. So slider value dot inner HTML, and then we can set that to be equal to slider dot value. Okay, so let's save that one, and then you see that now when we move it, it gives us the slider value just as we want it. Is it to one decimal place here also? Yes, it is to one decimal place. So that is it for our slider. Also, the next thing is our comments text area. So let's get to that one also. Let's give a comment here for comments, and then it's also be in its own div, which will have a class of flex and then flex color. Okay, so inside this div, we have a label first for comments. That is what we will call it. And then in here, we can say comment also. And then let's give it a class. The class here will be font-medium. And then text white with 80% opacity. Okay. And so after the label, let's scroll down so that we see it. After the label, we now have our text area. And this text area will have a name of comment and then an ID of comment, which we'll probably never use. But for the rules, I will make it 5, no, 4, 5. And then, no, the columns, rather, I will make it empty. And the rows 5. Okay. Let's give it some class. BG of P gray at 40% opacity. So when we save that, we see that you can see it here. And then let's give it a padding of 2. And then rounded Excel, we can also give a text of extra large. And then we can give it a border of 2. And then this border, when we save it, you see that it will be a big white border. We don't want it that way. So let's specify the border color. That will be border dash white. And this white will just be at 10%. Remember, just like the username field at the top there, so that it will match it nicely like this. Okay, so you see that this one too, when we focus, we want it to be outline none. So on focus, outline none. Okay, so yeah, that is also great. And then after this text area, what we need is the submit button. So submit, not submit. Okay, that will also have its own div, even though this one will have no class, and we can say input. And then the type here is actually submit. Okay, so you see that one too also there. Let's style it. So that will have a class name of padding y of 2 and then padding x of 5. When we save it, we'll still not see anything really until we give it a background of p green, not p red, p green. So when we save that one, you see that the pattern in X and Y have applied. Even though we see that it's white, but let's just still give it a text white. And then let's make it font semi-bold. Let it be text centered. Let's save this, everything now. And then we can give it some roundness of Excel here. And then width of full. And then we can give it a, see now when we put our cursor on it, it's still like the regular cursor. So you can say cursor pointer so that it will be clickable like this. Okay. That is great. So on the last screen, let's see what we have. You see that it's already taking its shape. The responsive design is already built in. As we write this width of 25 and stuff, we are just making it responsive as we go. So if you have any questions about them, be sure to leave it in the description and I will come and answer. Okay. So the next one to build here is our reviews. If we come to this place, you see that is the reviews and then the similar movies. So those ones will all fall at the right side. So let's keep them. I usually like to collapse these things if I'm not using them so that I don't get confused. I would like to give a comment here, maybe write and then reviews and similar movies. Okay, that should be okay. So that will be beneficial for you if you choose to download the code and follow. And so this div will also have a width of full, and then not FKK full, and then we will have a flex, justify between, and then flex column that you apply for the mobile, remember, and then a gap of 3. And after when it is on LG screens, we want to change the flex to row. And then after the SM breakpoint also, we want to change the width of this whole thing to 3 on 5. Remember the other one is 2 on 5, so this is 3 on 5, and then that will become 5 on 5 for the full width. But on LG also, let us give this a flex of 1. Okay, this is what we are building here. Okay, nothing has happened, and that is great because we have not actually done anything in here. And so we have to give a review here, but this is for the whole of the right side. So let's now give the reviews also. I know it's becoming a lot of things nested in there, but if you have any problem, you will have to pause the video, maybe rewind, rewatch. If you have a question, just put it in the description, the comment. I will come and answer you. You can also as well find the source code in the description if you need to reference it. And so this is the reviews, and then inside here we'll have a review. So let me put that one too also there. So for the reviews, let's give a width of full. Whatever width is allocated to it, it should take all of it, and it should be flex column. And then let's give a gap of 3 for all the reviews that will be built inside there. And then on LG, it should have a flex of 1. Okay, so that when we give a flex of 1 also to the similar movie side, it can actually share the remaining space 50-50. Okay, so when we come to a particular review, but before then, there is a text, I think that says reviews here. So let's bring that text over there. So that should be a p tag, and then we can just say reviews. But for this one's class, let's give it a text of XL, and then font semi-bold. This one will do the text of P green, and then text center also, and that should do. Yeah. So for a single review, that one to be a div, and then let's put in. So when we look at the final build, you see that it has an image, and then you can look at it like two sides, the whole image as one side, this part, the part of the image as one side, and the part where the text and all these parts, all these other elements are also as one side. So for the left, where is the avatar of the person? That is a div, and then it will only contain an image. The source of this one will be images, and then I have user.jpg when I save it. And when we come here, we should see that it's taking the full place, but no problem. Let's just give an alt of profile picture, and then let's give it some styling to bring it down, as we have been doing for all the images, width of 14, height of 14, and then rounded 4. When we save it, that should bring it down just to this side for us. That is great. After the image, we now have to add the right side. So that is the right, and then that will contain the name, the time, and the review itself. So the comment or the review itself. Let me make it comments rather. Okay, so that one too will be its own div, but this will have a class of flex and w-full. And when we hit the SM breakpoint, anything after that, we want the width to be 85% of its full size. So on small screen, if it is say 100 pixels, or if it is 100 pixels that is supposed to occupy, after a small screen, it should occupy 85 pixels. That is something like that we are saying there. And then we want to make it a flex of column. Okay, nothing there for now because you have not added anything inside. So let's push in some p tags. The first one will be the user's name, so code base. And so if we save it, you see that it's actually pushing it down there, and that should not be the case. But let's add the other p tags, and then we will fix that issue. So here will be the year, so April 14, 19, 12, and then this place will also be the actual comment, the review that a person gives. So let's give some lorem of say maybe 12. That might even be too much, but no problem. And after that, we also need to work on the rate. Let's check our final build. So we have done up to this point. We have done up to this point. So we are left with this down part here that has the rating and the two buttons also. So let's quickly fix that one in. And so it will be after this final p tag here. But I think we should, okay, let's finish that one, then we'll concentrate on the major star. Let's fix that one first also so that it doesn't become a lot. So if I save this now, I see that I wanted it to be a flex of row, but it seems it's a flex of column. So let's scroll up to where we have the review itself, and then we didn't apply a class for the review, then that explains it. So that should be W of full, and then we want to make it flex. That should automatically make it a flex row for us like that. But let's give it a gap of 3, and then say that on LG it should be a flex of 1. Okay, so that is it. You know what? This class is actually not necessary. It will actually not do anything, or it will do something that we don't intend. So let us, the gap, I think it is too much because we'll be using justify between, and so that it will be calculated automatically for us. It will just push it for us. But let's give it a padding of 5 also. Let's save it, and because there's no background, we don't kind of appreciate what is going on, so let's give a background of P light purple, and then let's save it. You see that is our review over there, so it needs some roundness, so rounded Excel, and that maybe a shadow of SM. MD is also not bad, and then when it's finished, when it hits the after the SM screen, we want it to be flex row. Let's make this one large and see how it appears. You see, this I said it's a Tailwind is a mobile first framework, but I see that on the small screen, depending on how long this is, you see that our image is not really rounded. So one of the ways to go around this is to make it a flex column, make this whole thing a flex column on a small screen, and then on medium and large screens, make it a flex row. So that means that where we have the single review, we should make it a flex column for the mobile first. So in that case, we still have a rounded icon nicely, and the rest following. And then after SM, I think I even tried doing that. Then we make it a flex of row. Okay, I think that is it for the initial build. If we Scroll down, you see that that is it for that. So it makes it nicer like this. Okay. And so let us continue building. I think we have to start this text here. So for this code base, it will be font class of font semi bold and the text of P green. I don't know sometimes what happens to my IntelliSense. The text of P green like that. That should make it nice for us. And then for this one, which is the date, we want to give it a class of text dash gray dash 300. So text gray 300, not so much white. And then I think that is all. And for this comment also here, we can give it a margin top of 2. So empty of 2, just to push it down a bit. That makes it nicer. And then text justify. Okay. So what we are left with is the down part, which is the rate, and then the icon. So let's work on that one. So we are still inside this div. And now we are in the review. The left is the avatar, so let me collapse that one. So still inside this div here. After that, that is where we have the rate and the buttons. Okay. There also being their div of W4, and then should be flex. Because this is a flex rule, so we don't have to specify explicitly as flex rule. Tailwind will do that for us. And then justify dash between. The justify between, so let me take it off. So when I start saving it, so you actually know what the TailwindCSS is doing for us. So, but the empty of 2, that should be the margin top of 2 for us, just like that. So the rate, we have done it somewhere before, but you just do it. So here we have rate, and then that rate will be a div with a class of flex row. Do we need to explicitly say that it's flex row? That is not. And then font of bold, and then text gray of 300. Okay, so let's put the text rate in here like this, and I see that it has shown here. And then after that, we have to add a span. We need a span because we need to put in the actual rate value and the rate star. So inside this span, let's put the rate value, maybe the person rated 6.7. So when we save that one to it will come here like this. And then we can paste in the image here like that. Okay, but this span, see that the value 6 is so close to the rate, so let's give it a margin left of 2. That should be in the class. So margin left of 2 to push it a bit away. Okay, that pushes it a bit away. And then maybe a text of period. Okay, because that is how it looks like in the final build. So what we need here now is the star. Come to hero icons, search for star. Go to the solid side. That is what we are using. Copy SVG. And then after the value of 6.7, I paste this in. Save. And you see that it brings it here, and that is not what we want. So let's come up here and add a flex class to this span. That should fix the issue. Yes, that did it. And then let's see, it looks like this is way too big. Let's make the width here 5. this 125 and see. Okay, that makes it small enough. I think it has a different color. Yes, so let's come here. Where is the fill color or the fill? This property here, we can change it to match what is in the final build. So the color here is FF and then 803D. And so that changes it for us nicely like that. So what we are left with is the icons to other side. So I'll collapse this rate here. And then still inside this div, that is where I'll put the buttons. They too will be inside their own div, the div which will have, let's make it flex because we want to be flex through a gap of say 3. And then that should be it for now. We will come and add other classes later. And each of them will be an anchor tag. And then the anchor tag will have an SVG in between. So the first one is edit. Let's see if we can get it from hero icons. Okay, we have it here. So we'll copy SVG and paste it in. Save. And so let's collapse the first anchor tag. This one will be delete. We didn't give a comment for the first one. That is the edit. And so this one will be an anchor tag. And then in here, we can search for delete. This trash will do. And then we can paste it in there also. So when we come back to our build, we see that it's kind of so close. So what we want to do is collapse this one for now to make it a bit clean. So what we want to do is that on the rate and some, where is that? Rate and buttons, we have to give it some classes here. So let's say justify between so that it push the buttons to the end, and that is it what we are looking for. Yeah, I think it's cool like this. Let's check the final build. Yeah. So all we have to do is to change the color of these buttons also like it is in the final build. So let's come down here and then for the edit, the fill color is 51C419. That is it. I think that is our pea green color. I'm not so sure. For the delete, that one to the fill color is F D384F. That is the color also for our delete. So when you click them, nothing will happen, just that the page will reload. Okay, so we are done with review. Let me collapse this one to make things a bit cleaner. And in fact, let me come here and collapse the whole review. Okay, so let's see how things are looking like on the last screen. Is that because we don't have any similar movies at the end, it is trying to take up the whole space. So let's fix that one. So outside the review, we will have one for similar movies. And it will also be in its own div W-4. And then it will be a flex column. And then let's give it a gap of 3 for the inside elements. On LG, we want this one to be 1/3 of the width. And then let's see, nothing will really show. It looks like something is showing that. Okay, but this is, let me see. Let me bring it to 100%. Okay, something is happening that is not really right. We'll fix that one very soon. So inside here, we need a p tag to say that it's similar movies. So similar movies. And this one too, let's give it a class name. Text, extra large. And then it's my intelligence sometimes fail me. Text extra large. We want to give it a font of semi-bold. And then text of our pea green color. We also want to give it a text center to bring it to the center. So that will be after the similar the review. So that is great. And then let's see. After the p tag is where we have a movie card. We already have this movie card defined inside of our index. So let's go ahead, copy one like this, come back, and then after the p tag, let's paste it. So it comes here like this, but when we are on a large screen, it looks like some division did not go well somewhere. So let us look for our bug and fix it. It looks great on, I think on small too, it will look great. Yes, but on the large screen, things are a bit different. So let's keep it here like this and look through our code, see where the error might be coming from. It's a lot of things on the screen, to be very honest, so it's easy to make a mistake, but it's all fixable. Okay, so the error appears to be a very simple error, a very innocent one for that matter. In the movie, similar movies div, I wanted to give a width on the LG for 1/3, and I forgot to bring the hyphen here like this. So you probably didn't get that error, so maybe you're wondering why I even got that error in the first place. It's just because I omitted a hyphen. Okay, so now everything looks great on all screen sizes. If we maximize this to 100, you see that everything looks great. I think this thing is just also so large. Okay, it looks great now. Okay. But if you think the width is too much, you can adjust it, but I think it is okay. And so what we can do is to duplicate these reviews a number of times and duplicate the similar movies to maybe we get 3 reviews and 2 similar movies. So copy, paste it once and again. And then let me go up. I usually like to do that. So, and then collapse this and collapse this also. Do the same for the movie, paste it one more time, and then collapse that one also, so that things look a bit simpler. So when we save, we have 3 reviews and 2 similar movies, and that is great. So yes, that is it also for the review page. That is also complete. So what we are left with is to work on the profile page, which is not working now at the moment. So let's create the profile.html quick. Let's start with our boilerplate, and then we can say profile of the Tommy's code base. When we save it, I'm expecting this error to go away. Okay, it has, and then let's link our style.css, and then for the body, as usual, our class of bg of pgray, and then maybe the main H screen. Okay, so that is it also. But for this one, we will want to give some starting positions to some of the elements. So let's make it flex. And so we can say that items start, align items start. Or maybe I should take it off like I do. And then when we get there, I apply the class so that you know what the class is actually doing. So we will have our main tag, inside of which we will have the top section. If we explore the final build here, you see that there's a top section where it has the user's avatar and some details about the user, and then follows the movies posted by the user and the reviews that the user have given. So the top section is this part where there is the image and then the details about the user. Okay, on last screens, that is at the top, and then this one's at the bottom. That is why I'm saying top and bottom. Okay, so let's come here, and at the top, what we want to do is to give it also a div. Not a class of div, a div itself actually, and then let the background be P light purple, a pattern of 5, and then rounded MD, a gap of 10 for the inside element, and then overflow hidden. We also want to give it a width, full width, and then for the edge, it will fit automatically for us. After the SM breakpoint, we want the width to be 2 on 3, sorry. And then this also container should be flex. It should be flex column. You can see that things were arranged from top to bottom. And then after the SM, the details are at the right and the images are at the left. So after the SM breakpoint, it should be flex of row. And let's give MX of auto, that is the margin at the left and right, to be not MX0, MX auto, so that margin at left and right will be auto. Okay. So that brings up our thing at the top there. So what we can do, the first thing is to build the left side, which is the image, not commenting the div. The left, which is the image, and that will also be its own div. And then inside which we will have, let's give it a class of flex. This one, does it even need it? Is it necessary? It is, because under it there is also the details of the user, so that one is also necessary. So it should be a flex of column, and then with a gap of 5 between the elements. And the first element inside it is an IMG. The source of it is images/user, and then we can say avatar, or maybe we have been using profile picture all along. So profile picture, okay, and that comes in there big and nice. And for this one, usually we have been given width of 14 and height of 14, but this one we will give it a height of 200 pixels and then a width also of 200 pixels. I think there is a shortcut in Tailwind to define width and height at the same time. I think we can just say size of 200 pixels, and that should also work. Yes, that did work, so that we don't have to, so that it automatically apply width and height for us. You don't have to say width, height, width, height. We could have been doing that for all the images, but it just came up, so I just thought I would chip that in. And then rounded, we can take the 3XL here also. That is great. And then after the image, we have the details. So that one will have its own div, and then this one will be a P, and the user's name is Tommy's code base, and then for the next one, that will be the email, which is code base, not code base, code base at mail.me. Obviously a very wrong email, and so we can save that and see what is there. Is that everything, because we have not given the main elements a color, the whole thing is black. So let's give independent styling to each of them. So class, this one will be font bold, and then we will give it a text of pea green, and then text of a size of extra large. Okay, and then for maybe I can come to the big size like we are using, and then for this the class will be text of gray 300, or let's make it 100. You can leave it at 300 or 100, whichever one you like, but I prefer the 100. Okay, so that is it for this side, and so we are done with the left, so we can come to the right, which is the other details of the user also. For the right, so we have a div of class flex, flex call, and then we have a gap of 4. Inside of which we will have several p tags, similar stuff. So let's do the first one, then we copy it for the rest. So this one, and there will be a span inside of the p tag. And so like we did it for the other one, this time around we are inverting the colors. So this one will have a class. For the whole thing, we want to give it a class of text gray and then 300, like that. Nothing will show for now because there's nothing inside. And then after the span like this, that is where the name will come. So Tommy's code base, like that. And then that did come. And then inside the span is where we write the text, the full name. So like this. But we don't want the span to have the white color, so we can give it a class of text of p green, and then font semi-bold, like that. So that is it for our, and so we have to copy it a couple of times, one for username, another for email, another for dates joined, another for uploads, another for review. So let's go up and edit them one after the other. So this will be username, and the username, we just leave it at code base, and then after the username is the email. And so I think we have it here. Let me just copy this and then come down here and paste it. We also have, after the email, date joined, which is 14th April 1912. And then the number of uploads for the particular user, so uploads, that should be, let's make it 147 for codebase, and then the number of reviews that codebase has given, so reviews, that should be 374 also. I'm just trying to follow the numbers that are in the final build. You can see that one over here. So that's just the numbers I'm trying to follow. Okay, so we have this one here on LG is flex row, but ideally it's flex column. But I can see that it's really touching the end, and that is not what we want. So inside the top div that we created, where is that? It's this one. That is having a padding. So okay, the padding should rather be attached to the main class. No, we can give the padding to this body class. So P of 5 should do. Let's see. Okay, yes, that did push things in for us a bit also. So let's come down. I think this side should be done. Let's collapse the top and then focus on the button. For the button, there are two sides, so let's just give the buttons div first. And then there is the left, which is for the movies, and then there is also the right, which is for the reviews. So left, movies, and then the right, reviews. Okay. But for this button, the class, let's give it a width of 4. And then flex, it should be flex column. But when we hit the SM breakpoint, that should be flex row. And then let's give it a justify of around. So justify content to be spaced around. That is it. Okay. For the left side, which is the movies, when we start building it, it will come. So that will also have its own div. But for this one, let's give it on LG, let's give it a flex of 1. Okay. And then inside that one, we will have a P tag. But before the P tag is a div, so let's put the P tag in a div. So the P tag is says users movies, and then the P tag itself should have some classes. So the first thing is that the font should be bold, and then we also want the text to be extra large. We also want a padding bottom of 5 so that it gives space between it and the movies that will be displayed. And then we can make it a text of P green. Let's save things now and see what we are doing. Okay, that is all great now. And then let's make it text center. You can see that the user movies and this text is so close to each other, and that is not what we are looking for. We can fix this easily by giving some classes to the main, because everything is inside the main now. And so we can say that it's a flex class, and because it's flex column also. And then let's give a gap of 10 here. That is even why we came here. But let's give W also 4. So now it pushes it down a bit because all of these things is in the main. So a gap of 10 affects it too. Okay, so let's come down after the users movies. That is where we have a movie card, but let's still inside that one. There will be another div for the movies themselves. So I can give a comment here for movies. And inside this div, where we have the various movie cards. Okay. I think when we come to index, it's already highlighted for us. Let's copy this and back to profile, paste this in. So that is our movie over the movie card over there. Let me minimize this one. Let's just keep one. And then if that is all for the left, then we have to work on the right. So let's add one review also and then see how everything comes into play. Everything here will be similar. So let me copy this and then let's give our div here. Also on LG, it should have a flex of 1 so that the left and the right will all share the screen, available space 50-50. So we paste this one in and then we can say user or users reviews like that. But that one will come beneath it. I think we need some spacing. So it looks like everything is just clustered together. Let's add a review first, then we will look at how things are going. So that one, they will also be in their div, and that div also we can go to review.html. I think we should have some reviews here. Yes, you can copy one of these, come to profile, and paste it in. So Pritya is saying that I've done something wrong. Let me save. What is the error? Is it coming from the copy and paste? Most probably. Okay, so let me not copy and paste. Let me just type everything out. So to be a class, inside that class, there will be P, that says users reviews. And let me save that. Be sure that I'm not doing anything. So it just came here. So let me give a class to the P tag. So this will have a class of font bold and text extra large. It will have a text P green, margin bottom of 5, and then text center. Okay, let me save that one too, and that is also great. So after the P tag, then there is a div for all the reviews. Inside that one, I can paste a review, and now I don't have a problem. But you can see here that there's a problem with the text here for the review. And so let's come to this place and explicitly say that the text should be white. Just like that. So let me collapse this review also. And everything looks great on mobile, except this part that is too close that we just give some small spacing. So let's check on the desktop, and it looks like we have to fix some spacing issue here. So let's go ahead and do that. And that space, I think that is the same space that should exist between these two. So since that is in the button, should we do justify between? That may work. It didn't also work. So let's manually give a gap of say 10, and let's see. So that seems to have worked on the mobile screen. And yes, it did work also on the desktop. Okay. But it looks like if it is more close to a medium screen, because the higher I go, the more it makes a small screen. So this is kind of a small screen. So see that now, I don't really know whether this is medium or not, but it looks like on one of the screen sizes, our movie card is very, very small. So we can put a constraint on the review. That is the reviews column. Where is it? Here. And say that maybe the maximum width, not 0, but should be 50%. Let's see whether that will fix the issue for us. Did it? It did fix the issue, but still our movie card chooses to be small like that. And I do understand. That is because inside the parent where we pick this card from, remember that we use grids to define the size. This one actually doesn't have a size. Now it has affected this one also. So this one we can see that it's after the SM breakpoints that we want this thing to happen, so that it doesn't do it for all of them. And so for the movies also, I can guess it, but the best is to go and see what we did over there. So we gave it a grid. So we can just copy this grid classes here and then come to profile and then paste it in. Okay, nothing seems to have happened. I don't think it really also worked for this place. So what exactly is the issue here? Or W-4 should fix it for us. Let's see. So now I'm a bit confused whether this is a medium. This should be large. Maybe the medium is somewhere here and then small. So this is still medium. And obviously given the size of this thing, I don't think we can draw two of these here. That will be something like this size. I don't think that will kind of fit into this guy's space. So let me bring it in a bit, but at this size we can get, maybe the gap is what is too big, but because at this size, sorry, we can actually get, make it a little bigger and get two of these here. Okay. Let's see. Instead of flex of 1, okay, this one is also inside another do. Let's make it a flex of maybe 1.5. Okay. I just forgot. We only have one movie card in there and then one review. So I don't think what you are thinking of. Maybe we have actually done the right thing, but because it's only one, we will not see the rest. So let me add 2 to make it 3. Let me add 2 reviews also to make it 3. Okay, let me come up a bit. I just like to minimize all of them. And so pardon me for that. This is one. This is another. And then this is also one. So let's save it. And everything is together. So it's all fixable. Okay, now you see that things are turning out the way we want them to be. So we just needed more of the elements. So now let's give some spaces between so that each of them here. So we have rights here for reviews, and this is review. So let's just give flex and then maybe a gap of 5 and see. Scroll down to where we have the reviews. Gap of 5. It is taking a flex row, so let's just make it flex column. Okay, so now it's in here now, nice. And then we can repeat the same classes for the movie. And then, so this place will be flex, flex column. Okay, you cannot have flex and grid together. So after the grid, we can give a gap of 5 like we did for the other one also. So that one to also bring some spaces in between here for us, and everything is looking very, very nice. So that is it also for this profile screen. I don't think that is all actually. We have to build this home button here, and that should take us to the home page when we click on it. Okay, I think the flex of 1.5 is really having it hard on the review. So let's make it 1 as it was before. I want a 50-50 share of the space. Okay, that looks good, but this makes our cards also smaller. So we can now go and say that it's different from the front page on LG. Rather, we want 2, or after MD we want 2, so that it will be like the final build, like what you see in the final build. See that it's 2 here, and this one 2 here nicely. In the final build 2 is 2, and the rest is here nicely. Just that this one I duplicated it more times, so you can do that if you want, just so that it looks like the final build. So that is it also for this side, except the floating home button. So let's build that one, and then let's see. So that will be after everything. And so let's collapse this also, but still inside the main tag is an anchor. So and the route is to the home page. In here we will say home. Let's see how it looks like here. Home, and then the home icon. So let's get home from hero icon. So home, like that. And this one, copy as SVG, come in here, and after home, I will paste this one. I don't think I pasted it, so I'll paste it like this. Let me just bring it down. Okay, so when we come back, it should be down here, but that is not where we want it to be. We want it to be floating around everywhere we scroll, like you see it over there. So let's implement it that way. In that case, we will, okay, let's explicitly link it to index.html. And for this anchor tag, it will have a class of fixed. So it will be fixed at one place. And then we give it a z index of 50. That's to bring it up. And then let's save it and see. Okay, we kind of that we don't really see any. Okay, you see it at the top there. Or let's add the background. So BG of P green, and that should have, so that you see that it's up there covering our avatar, but we want it at the bottom right. So what we do is that we add bottom of 5 and then right of 5. We want to bring it to the bottom right, like that. So that should push it to the bottom right. You see that it has come to the bottom right. And then let's give it a flex so that the home and the icon will be side by side and not top to bottom like that. So a class of flex, and that should bring it there for us. Let's give it a gap of 2, and then text should be white for all of them. So that's what to do. Let's try and give some breathing space with a pattern of 3. Will be good for that. And then round the 3XL. Okay. So that makes it look almost like the one in our finished build. So like when we click on it, it will actually bring us to the home page like this. So let's go back here and let's test. Okay, there's a hover effect on it for the final build. So let's implement those ones also. Give it a shadow also of MD, and then transition all. You want to transition, make it all, and then the duration is 500. And then on hover, we want to scale it to 105%, like that. I think on the final build, the text looks, the weight is a bit more than this. So let's give it a font semi-bold, not font serif, font semi-bold. Yep. Okay, I think that makes it just like that one for us. Yes. So you see that as we scroll, it still stays at one place because it is fixed, and that is the purpose for. That is how we intend it to be. Okay, so looks like that is it for the profile page. Let's check our final build, which is this one, and then this one also. Everything looks great to me. And so which page have we not built yet? We have our login page, which is here, and we made this one a link so we can click on it. And then this is our home page. There's the review page, and then we have an add movie page. If we log out, I think the register page is also complete. Okay, so and our profile page is also complete. So, friends, that is all. Now. We are done building this very beautiful movie review page with TailwindCSS and a bit of JavaScript and also some custom TailwindCSS classes. I hope you learned a lot in this video, and if you like the video, just give it a thumbs up so that YouTube recommend it to a lot of people like you who also like it. And then if you don't understand anything, just put it in the comment section and I'll come back and address it. And again, the link to the source code is in the description below. You can take it up and follow up if you don't understand anything or if you want to make a reference. So I will see you the next time, and we will add a backend to this one. We will start the backends with Django, and then other ones will be considered later on. Thank you very much for your time, and I'll see you another time with another video. Bye for now.